Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? So I was processing it. I'm probably going to stop doing the streams on Tuesdays, and I'll just stick to the Thursdays. That way things will build up better, I think. I might return the Tuesdays after, but yeah. Let's see what I can show you guys. I was working on this one a little bit more until somebody joins. This buddy, this guy. So yeah, I put a trait from the opposite side here where it changes from positive to negative traits overall, generally the positive to negative traits. So like, for example, law stops anarchy and sexual deviation, for example, or patience and restraint stops cruelty. Freedom stops oppression, because that's one of the traits from this side. And then zeal stops complacency or stagnation. Zeal will stop that. So I don't think I stuck zeal here, but it's the same kind of idea. So yeah, I don't know, just messing around more, organizing morality. Oh, somebody joined. Thank you. JR, what's up? Hello. If you're talking, we can't hear you. Oh, all right. So yeah, what can I say about this? What was I organizing? Yeah, I don't know. Stuck a bunch, moved words to better organize it. And yeah, hearing lots of people using these words these days, people seem to be trying to figure it out more on a dialogue level, less on a systematic level. And yeah, these are the kinds of conversations, like a lot of people are having these conversations to sort this stuff out, but it's not organized yet. So listening to how they're talking about it and how they're sorting it and how they're seeing it as well is helping to sort of straighten things out. Who did I listen to today that was having this conversation? There was like, out of all the people, there's like a Jimmy Carr interview on, let's see if I can pull it up. That was weird that he was even talking about this. Pull it up, Trig. Move. Yeah, here he is.
American politics. Go on.
Even just today, yeah, let's see what he was talking about. Let's see if I can pull up a good spot. I was hearing Jocko talking about, like, everybody's talking about this stuff, just see.
It's kind of a wonderful idea of like, well, actually, there's great stuff around the world, and we should just take best practice from all over. So I'm not a huge fan of this will come as a shock to you, I'm not a huge fan of Hungary's president. But people are always planning to life than this.
Yeah.
Enough already. Marijuana. Young people just starting out, I think prohibition. You want them to, so the message for young people.
Yeah, so I don't know. This was interesting. He was talking about young people shouldn't be able to have access to drugs. You have to be a certain age to have access to drugs. And like, this is so what is he talking about? Oh, I got to share this separately. Okay. Okay. Let me bounce it back to the other window. Hey, Holkner, what's up? Okay, here we go. So what he's talking about is law here. It's like, oh yeah, people don't have restraint. They don't have the proper restraint. So we'll just throw the law here. We'll give everybody the freedom, but we'll stick the law for children, right? This is kind of what he's talking about there. Okay, let me bring that back up again.
It's about where you've got message needs to be more enticing than don't look at porn online. Like we only see luck in certain fields. Yeah. But you know that thing of like just going.
You just have an ambitiousness that is
World, great, all of that stuff. Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Well, the locus of control is outside of me. So that's not interesting to me. My characters, what I know about myself. Well, when I started getting paid to do stand-up at the Comedy Store in London, which is a place I used to pay to get into to watch funny people say funny shit, and then I'm getting paid in cash to do 20 minutes twice a night. What? Sorry? And I can live my life on, there's enough money to live on. That's it. That's success. Now, the amounts of money have increased and the size of rooms have increased and all of the other stuff that comes with it. That's all gravy. But from that first time you get paid to be a stand-up comic, that's success. And people have career dysmorphia. People are working as stand-up comedians, telling jokes for money, going to the Edinburgh Festival every year and thinking, oh, I'm not successful enough. What are you talking about? You've got the best job in the world and you're doing it and you're getting paid to do it. How could you complain?
I guess what they would say, Jimmy, is that they want to be able to perform to more people. They want more people to see what they do. They believe in what they do in their art. And they feel frustrated that they're only performing to this size of audience.
Well, I don't think they'll be able to get this then. But having stuff isn't fun. Getting stuff is fun. It's not the pursuit of happiness. It's the happiness of the pursuit. The happiest years, I'm having a great time touring at the moment, but those early years in Edinburgh, my God, those trenches that when you're out there doing it with your friends, you've got your little gang and and I mean, the best times in the world. It's unbelievable because you're just starting out, you're kind of finding your feet, and your ladder is leaning against the wrong wall, right? You've got to deliver for that guy. It's great to be in service of someone. And then in life, I would say my lesson. I talked to Chris Williamson about this a lot, and George Mack. Do you know those guys?
Yeah,
Great
yeah.
guys.
We're very good friends with Chris. Yeah.
We chatted about this idea of like 24 hours ahead, right? How to live your life, how to live your life successfully. Well, what would you tomorrow be grateful that you today did? That's a great way to live your life. Just to be in service of you tomorrow, to be in service of your potential rather than you right now. Because bad habits pay off immediately in the moment. And good habits pay off later.
Yeah.
It's the only difference, right? And you go, well, if I eat right and I go to the gym and I write a couple of jokes.
So let me just sort of bring it back to what we were doing. Okay, so he's talking about this immediate gratification, also being grateful, and yeah, this ideal. So it was like the people who aren't grateful, they're too much in the ideal, right? They're too much. They're they're only getting a little bit of money. Their audience is too small. They're like, the ideal isn't there. I should be performing to more places. And he's talking about, oh, I was just getting paid for a small room, 20 minutes twice a day, getting my money and going and paying. I was grateful. I had this gratitude. So it's like he's talking about this axis here. Okay, let's keep going. I don't know. It's just interesting that like you start seeing it everywhere now.
Today and spend time with family, I'll be glad I did that tomorrow. And repeat. That's the algorithm for life. Whatever works, repeat.
You mentioned self-help a lot, and I did read that you studied various things like NLP and whatever when you were younger. This is why I was asking you about how you deal with difficulties. Because look, of course, you're absolutely right. Once you start getting paid to do comedy, do the thing that you love, But nonetheless, everyone has challenges in life. Things happen. There are difficulties that occur. What are some of the most useful strategies that you've discovered, in addition to the one you were just talking about, for being effective and being happy and being successful?
Necessarily a trust fund kid going, I want daddy to do this for me. But we've all got friends that have got, they're blaming their career on their management, or somehow they didn't get the right meeting, or the tape didn't arrive on time. Yeah, something. But they're not putting the locus of control within themselves. If it's within you, I remember hearing a story about David Tell, the great David Tell, backstage in a place in a couple of comics, whinging about their management or whatever, their representation or their lawyer or something, and where their career was at. And David Tell just went, be funnier. There you go. Really simple. What's the first principles of comedy? Be funnier.
Yeah, so he's having this discussion too. Oh, nice, Dave. Welcome. Yeah, so he's talking about having more discipline here. Is that we should be getting free. We should be getting more opportunities. The ideal is off. And he's like, okay, we'll just work harder. Be funnier. Yeah, same kind of a discussion. Anyways, that's the Hey guys, how's everybody doing today? Welcome. Peaceful Navig. Yeah, Holkner. What's up, man? I don't know what to call you because I'm not supposed to use your name, but are you going to join us today? Did you get your voice changer to work? Right, let's see if there was another one that I can pull up. Let's pull up some more stuff here. That's 4 years ago. That's not the one I saw. Here, this one. Let me share it.
And that's what it is. It became more clear when you saw the activities of ISIS, what they did in Mosul.
Here.
We didn't spread democracy through the sword. When we try to spread democracy through the sword, it doesn't work, or it seldom works.
Democracy is like freedom. He's talking about freedom.
What's out there, show people the opportunities, and allow them to find their own path.
Yeah, agreed. Values have to find their way into culture. Otherwise, and freedom, I would say, is simply a value that we happen to hold very aggressively in the West. The thing that maybe makes me more pessimistic than you, long term, I think we're going to be fine. But I really do, for the first time in my life anyway, feel that in the West, specifically here in America, we are adopting ideas and values that do not lead to human flourishing. So if somebody's trying to map my thinking, they have to understand that's what I'm pointed at. And then they would have to understand what I think leads to that freedom being just a huge part of it. And I believe any culture that doesn't have that is not as close to human flourishing as they could be. I'm not saying that it's a bad place to be. I've been to some countries that don't have that. And certainly it's lovely, but I think there is a reason that we've been able to create the things that we've created, the level of prosperity, the level of growth, the fact that so many people from all over the world want to come here is for the ability to choose what they kneel before. I think that's a really important concept. But I'm watching what's happening in America, and I see people that the value system that's burning through culture is now one of, I would much rather be safe. And in fact, I want to step back. What do you think people are trading freedom for right now? If you agree that its primacy as the defining value of America is slipping, which I certainly believe that it is, what are they trading it for? Is it safety? Is it power? Is it something else?
I would say that you have to have limitations on things. And that's just it's a constant sort of balancing act between freedom and, I guess, for lack of a better word, discipline. But law, you have to have law and order, and there has to be some level of structure and rules that people are going to follow. And that component expands and contracts, with, like I said, a pendulum that's going to swing back and forth. It expands and contracts. And sometimes they impose more laws. And once laws start getting imposed, usually at a certain juncture, people say, wait a second, you've gone too far with these laws. We don't want these laws anymore. And you go back in the other direction to where.
Yeah. So he's talking about exactly this stuff. Here, let me share it back to. Yeah. So here he's talking about law, right? And then freedom. So if it gets too much, you need more freedom, right? Same thing. If you get too much freedom, you need more law. Yeah. The pendulum swing back and forth between this axis, I guess.
Where, all right, now wait, somebody needs to put some restrictions over here because this is totally out of control. So it's a balancing act. And what we have to realize is that we're going to bump up against the guardrails, and it happens. And laws get put into place that shouldn't get put into place. And then they get rejected, and all laws get removed, and all of a sudden things get a little bit out of control. So I think what you're witnessing, I would say that it's not necessarily a drift towards tyranny, which sounds like you're talking about a drift towards tyranny.
Very much so.
Yeah. I think that there's the guardrail that prevents us from going into tyranny. We'll bump into it. And when we bump into it, we get straightened back out.
Yeah. It's crazy. Like this wasn't crazy conversation. They're really talking about it. So here I've got tyranny here. So he's like, even the word. So there's a guardrail, right? The guardrail to tyranny is freedom. And he's saying, no, there's a guardrail. We won't ever get there. And Tom's worried about, I don't know if there is that guardrail. So yeah, there's a guardrail on all of the sides. Okay.
There's plenty of Americans that recognize when the control and the order is being imposed on them and it's getting to be too much, and they push it back and say, yep, that one we're not buying into. I think it was an interesting, during the pandemic, the level got, I think it kind of reset some parameters, because there was a level of control that was imposed. And I think most Americans had grown trusting enough of the government that they said, well, I guess the government's trying to help out here. And you could see that in the beginning, that's kind of what most people thought. Oh, the government's trying to help out. They're doing their best. And then as time went on, you start to get the people, the guardrail that protects freedom, they started to get louder and louder and say, hold on a second. And I mean, what do you think would happen if they said, hey, there's another variant of COVID right now and we're going to lock everyone down again? What do you think would happen?
I think there would be massive protests.
I think there would be no lockdown. I think there'd be no
What's
lockdown.
up? Let me stop this. How's it going, man?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm actually in a stream with
You're actually in a stream. Yeah. How's it going?
with one of the
Do I know you? Have we met before? Have we talked before?
I've never met you, man.
All right. Well,
I
nice
just
to meet you.
decided it was nice to
What
meet
should I call you?
too.
Fiery?
Yeah, you can call me Fiery. My name is Nico though.
Nico.
You
All
can
right.
call me whatever.
Nice. Where are you living? Where are you sitting right now? Where are you at?
I'm in Rolla.
I have no idea what that is.
United States.
Okay, cool. Nice. How did you get here? You're an OP, you're watching the channel?
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm an OPS nerd.
Nice. Yeah. How long have you been around?
I don't know, man.
Wow.
A
You got
year
type
more?
too?
Nope. I'm
Oh, not yet.
gonna get shaved on in June.
Cool.
Yeah, I just couldn't afford the actual membership until now.
Yeah. Have you gotten typed by other groups?
Yeah, they gave me just a horrific mixed bag of answers. It's just, oh my.
You tried CRG too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got typed by them.
Nice. Which team got you?
15.
Oh, Team 15. Okay.
I don't know, man. They whenever I got typed, I like accepted it, but it really didn't make
Yeah,
the
no, you don't have to
absolute
accept
much
it. They're
sense
just
to me.
they're trying to help you out. They're trying to give you some feedback and share
It-
what they're seeing and why.
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah.
Shoot, I can't believe I can't believe I actually did this. I've been trying to crawl out of my hobbit hole and
Yeah.
spread.
Yeah,
a
well,
little
that's what this is
more.
for. Yeah. Nice. Grats. Good on you.
Well, mind if I ask what's your type, man?
ISTP.
ISTP. That's
yeah.
that's a cool guy.
Sure.
That's a-
I don't see it.
Yeah,
I don't know why
but it doesn't.
I don't know
I
why
bet it
people say
doesn't
I have
feel
that
cool.
stereotype. Yeah, we don't seem that cool.
It's whenever from thing I've been seeing, yeah, whatever type you are, doesn't feel cool. It really doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Nice.
man.
So what are you doing out there? Working
Oh, I'm in college.
in college? What are you learning?
Chemistry.
Chemistry. Nice. All right. Sciences.
It's oh my God. There's just so much, man.
Yeah. Second year?
I'm fourth year.
Fourth year. Oh, you're done.
Nope.
That's it. It's over.
Nope.
No?
Nope.
You took a break?
Nope.
You have to repeat
Nope.
some stuff?
Nope. Yeah, I gotta repeat some stuff, but
Yeah.
I'm just a bit slow in that regard. There's just I was never like particularly the best at school, you know. There's just
Mhm.
like so much stuff, and I kind of get caught in the loop of just like figuring out one thing, and I just lag behind.
Yeah.
So what got you into?
So you know
into
you're on the
optics, man?
SCNI axis, right? You know that.
I figure I have a type. I have a type in mind.
Oh, you have a type in
already
mind?
concluded on that type, but
All right.
it's not real. It's my subjective conclusion. Which
Yeah, it's okay.
do
It's
you
fair.
do you mind if I rant about the same old story again, man?
Go for it. Yeah.
I've been ranting about this same thing, all of
Mhm.
this time
By the way, you're OE.
of I can't of like, but I you think you believe I'm a SE though?
I think you're OE because someone who's OI wouldn't ask permission to rant about the same old story.
Well,
That's just my take right now.
it's
It
it's a
wouldn't. You wouldn't
matter of
even. They wouldn't even notice it.
politeness because for the longest time I didn't. It's only
Okay.
recently that it's like, oh God, I'm doing this thing over and over again. I'm literally just caught in a paradox of my own
Mhm.
mind. And essentially that is what's happening. Because I got this code. I figured out the code. Or at least I think I did. But the code that I'm puzzling out says that, oh, nope, can't do it. Can't do it without some effing objectivity. And so I'm subjectively puzzling this thing out, but
Yeah.
I'm caught in a vortex, man. I'm just spinning, and I ask people like whoever. Oh, by the way, did you know this? Oh, by the way, did you know this? I'm asking I'm just sitting there being like, man, how do you really know? How how do you really know what's going on in my mind, man? Like,
Yeah, they don't. It's just projecting.
because reality is it, the mind is a subjective thing,
Mm-hmm.
and that means that the way you perceive reality is different, and that's actually proven in the sensor with like the physics shit of um the thing, the quantum mechanical particles, and like that thing, it shows that you need that reality kind of like needs an observer to form, and so then that just takes me on a path all the way up to essentially proving the existence of God. And then it's like, okay, well
It sounds
then
like you're
I
from my
don't really
quadra.
know.
It sounds like you're beta
I don't
quadra.
I don't really know. No one
Uh-huh.
really knows. Like, my mind, man, it's a it's a bathtub, man.
It's a
In
joke
there.
that Reggie tells sometimes about our quadra is about beta quadra is like you like everything we need to talk about has to always have a source in the Big Bang. Like you have to be able to trace it always back. It's like yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what I've realized. I'm always doing.
Hmm.
I look back to like my obsessions in life and all of that, and oh my God, it all there's the pattern of causality
Hmm.
behind it, and just the force of change behind cause and effect. But and I did all of this through OPS, but I don't even know if I'm like truly true or not, because reality is just always going to come, and it's just gonna kick me in the dick, being like, hey bud, you're wrong, and you're fucking wrong. No one else sees you the same way. No one else understands you. You're just wrong. And that's painful. Like,
Yeah.
but that doesn't stop me from like being caught in this vortex. Like,
What's painful about it?
being self-conscious of it. realizing that I've done this all of my life, and I'm stuck in just this philosophical land, and I, I like, it's like I can't get out of my own head
Mm-hmm.
in a sense, and uh, and then I just have this oh my god, I'm doing this. Well, people like, and then I go and like tell people, because I know from the code that I have just latched onto and is circling around my mind, that shit, okay, I need to go tell somebody, because otherwise they won't know. And I and that's like the oh my god, man.
Yeah.
um
What type did you get down to?
uh I the type that now the type that I concluded was Eminem's type, but social type 4. I believe I'm a
Okay.
blast last. That's like,
Yeah, I
that
think
is
that's
something
fair.
that
I think Blast
um
Last is a good guess.
uh-huh.
Yeah.
But that that's just that's my subjectivity,
Yeah, it is.
and
Yeah.
that's
I would
something that I
consider swapping over
wasn't
to the OE
aware of.
side. Yeah, I think I would consider swapping over to the OE side.
I suppose.
Yeah.
um I mean, I can tell you my greatest fears.
Okay, sure.
um Ever since I was a kid, I I was always afraid of like just something big coming in and just like effing everything up, like
Mm-hmm.
an earthquake, a volcano, a tsunami, asteroid, you know,
Mm-hmm.
all that big force, you know, that I I guess you could say, in contextualized in OPS, it would be masculine sensory, like
Mm.
whatever, you know, that big force would be, you know,
What's something
of
unknown?
just,
It's something, yeah.
well,
Not knowing what's coming. Something's coming on the horizon and you don't know what it is.
it's not really that. It's more of like the fear of just um like rapid, like, I guess you could, rapid change. Oh, like rapid change over time. I like
Mm-hmm.
all my life I've just been like just that hits me, because
Mm-hmm.
I have I have this thing of sensory processing sensitivity, and I believe that stems from my autism,
Mm-hmm.
of just loud noise, anything will just make me like cover my ears and panic.
Yeah, sensory overload. Yep.
And it's like, uh, and that stuff,
Yeah. It's too much to
that
process. It's a lot to process.
it and it'll come out of nowhere and just like and just fuck me over.
Mm-hmm.
I could just be sitting there, like puzzling a paradox, and then all of a sudden, like a tsunami, you know, something big will just smack the fuck out of me, and I'll die. Like I even as a kid, I'd go in to these, to like buildings and shit, and be like, okay, if this earthquake is literally is by all like truth is unpredictable, meaning I need to look for windows, I need to look for a place to escape, because once that ground starts shaking, I need to be out of there. And it's like I'm living this delusion of, oh my god, I'm fucking Superman, I could just like parkour all all out. This is so like, this is terrible to admit, but
Yeah. I mean, you
like
offered
I was just this belief that I could just like run out and just like parkour all over the place,
Mhm.
and like oh yeah, and then I and then after one video, I don't know what, but whatever, like Dave was saying that like he did the same thing, and I'm like, oh my god, oh no, you telling me all of this time that I'm like trying to like you know, find a way out or whatnot, like in case if the ground starts shaking and like my whole building just falls apart and I'm like crushed, that oh no, I won't be able to, I'll die, because I know that instead of reacting on instinct, I'm just gonna be a kid and just curl up in fear, you know?
Mhm.
And just because that's just scary, man. I don't know how
Yeah.
people do it. So just like, yep, oh my god, you know,
Yeah.
my car's crashed, the plane's falling down, I'm gonna just land the plane.
What's your life
Or
plan?
like my life plan?
Yeah.
Oh, quite simple. To find the ultimate truth, you'd say.
Okay.
Yeah. Um.
What's up, David?
Oh shit.
No, no.
Hey.
You can keep going. I didn't
To
want
find
to
the ultimate
interrupt.
truth. Yeah.
Like my like. And the thing is like, I get all the way out there to this infinite recursion where, and this is circling back to like the same thing that I was talking about before, of the observer and the observee, and that expands all the way out to just proving the existence of God. And then that same thing can apply of, okay, well, if God does this, and that same idea applies to God, of, okay, well, God exists, and God would need an observer to exist because the same thing would apply over there. Okay, well, now that means that it's just an infinite recursion, like a spiral of paradox. And you get, and like I get there, and that just fucking pisses me off. It's like, man, you telling me that the truth is the truth is paradox? Come on, brain. Okay, all right, you know, that's cool. So then I'm like, all right, and I I go and, you know, I have this, and it's like, okay, and then that same thing just applies to myself in OPS. It's a paradox. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then people be hearing that, like, I'll come over and I'll be like, you know, oh my god, look at this, you know, big thing that I've just like realized, and I'll be like, I don't understand, man. I don't understand you. What the hell are you talking about? Just go in and like, I don't know, kick rocks or, you know, burn dirt or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
and I'm over here like, you telling me like I solved the fucking reality matrix, and y'all just like, oh, it's just you know, get back to work, or oh, just, oh, why are you worried about that? You just have some bullshit economics test to, study for. It's like,
Yeah. No, yeah, there's a lot of consume going on there. Like the reaction of your friends is basically saying, okay, what is the purpose of that? Like, okay, you've internalized all of this. You've gotten to this level of internalization. How do you apply that? What's the point?
and I'm like, the point is that I understand the truth.
Yeah. That's
That's
right.
my point.
That's right.
And
That's
like,
consume.
like it's like I know, and yeah, I know I have consume high. I've
Yeah.
already figured that out.
We have a question.
But
Do you
like,
dream of tsunamis and tornadoes? And what's anchoring you?
what's anchoring me?
Yeah.
Man, nothing's anchoring my mind, man. I'm gonna tell you that now. It's a black hole up there, but it's a black hole that just, it always it just pulls me away from whatever the fuck I'm watching, I'm listening to, and that's like my biggest thing. Whatever that is like my strange addiction. Is that black hole, like, of just, I can't help it. Like, I'm always just, there there have been like so many times where, actually all the time, even now I'm doing it. Of this is just a step of this talk right here. This is just a step, man, of to where I ultimately will get shaved, and I'll, and like, almost every time I'm like, I'm thinking about it and I'm just rehearsing, like, the shave talk, of the personality stuff, of just, oh my god, this is my conversation, this is my understand, this is my truth, and like, of just, and I'll always be just thinking about that. I would be like, okay, well, this applies to, OPS. Beautiful, boom, you know. Oh, this math equation, OPS, boom. There, that's something that I'll use in my video. It's like everything, like my internal monologue, is like just, it's in my video as well. Like, it's in my video, and I haven't even made the damn video because it's not at that time yet. But my mind is like, yo, it's like, and it's so subconscious. Like, I don't notice it.
What's up?
I'm just like, I'm getting like, always just like gone. Like, I'm just not there, man. I'm out in space, I solved the matrix, I've slayed the dragon, and I'm waiting to tell my video. So, and I'm waiting for, OPS to, Shave to come in and be like, hey, yo, bud, you're an ENFP. Go ahead and, accept that into your life equation. Go
Right.
on. And I know, like, if I get the type that I don't, that like is different, I'm gonna be like skeptical. Like, how do you really know?
Yeah. Yeah.
But I also know that I'm trying to subject them to, I'm trying to accept reality. But it's so hard to, And
Yeah. Love is talking
What?
about no external
I'm
facts
just
to
gonna
anchor you.
like, and I know like whenever I get shaved, it's gonna be a phoenix rebirth. I'm like my whole worldview, that's gonna crumble to ashes, man. And
Hmm.
I'll be, but you know, eventually it's gonna be hell. But I'm gonna be reborn like the phoenix, man. I'm gonna burn brighter, and that's the thing. That's why I do OPS. Is I know it's gonna
Well,
be just the ultimate truth for my future type deal, and like, I'm sorry, I'm going. I just
yeah, you're building it up a
sorry.
lot. I wouldn't want you to be too disappointed in what comes out of it. I mean,
Well, it's
it's
like
nice to know, it's nice to know your type, but it's not, you know, the be all end all truth that you're hoping it will be.
Yeah, you still have
well,
to make a decision if you want to grow. At the end of the day, the functions really don't matter. Is what I'd say.
it's
You still have to make a choice yourself.
indeed. I just
Yeah.
it's an obsession of I'm figuring out the unsolvable puzzle, and I'm
Hmm.
always just planning out that video to make it just the best video to show me. Almost every waking moment of my primordial existence is just being like OPS video. This conversation, this is gonna happen, you know, of like that's a thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how to
Um
curb your energy there. You've got a lot of energy on this. Yeah.
and yeah, man, I'm always puzzling, man. Always. And it's just like it's a normal thing. Like I wrote um like a whole thing describing like my paradox. And I wrote like a whole thing, you know, describing that. And like it
Do you want to post the link?
yeah, I
The
can
thing you
post
wrote?
it.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
I'll post it in chat. Um I just have it like I can just copy it. But
Yeah. I'll take a look at it.
I've even
Not
I've
now
even
during
like
the stream, but
I've even like thought of myself as like, okay, well,
how you been, David? How's your week?
Yeah, it's been all right. It's been doing pretty good. College-wise, I'm headed into dead week, so I got some
Good
free
week.
time,
Nice.
just to just study and do my exams, and then over the summer, I got more classes coming, so I'm also preparing for those.
Summer school
Um,
to catch up.
yeah, yeah,
Mm,
doing more classes. Yeah, just two, just two.
cool.
Um, yeah, I didn't know. Good
Yeah.
luck.
So Love was identifying with what you were saying, by the way, Nico. So he says, "Good luck." You still there?
who? Huh? What?
In the chat, he said, "Good luck."
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, thanks.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. What the hell? I, I didn't
So
even.
are you excited? Are you excited to submit to David Chen?
It
It's
says in July.
it's
So
not
yeah.
even it's not even an excitement. It's a need of I'm always just like figuring out what to do in my video that it's not even right now. It's not even right now. Um, it's not even in the moment. It's just the video's gonna be made in the summer. but it doesn't stop me from just always thinking about it. And
Yeah.
that makes me just lose the moment that I'm in, which, to be quite frank, I don't give a fuck about. But I know that I need to, because it's not paying attention to those moments is what's ruining my life, basically. And
Well, I mean, if you have a growth direction, start working on it. That sounds
yeah,
great. Yeah.
yeah, just kind of like losing myself in that. But it can be really hard to, because the world is just, it's a mess, man. And I'm scared of messes. I don't want to be in that shit. Like,
Yeah.
OPS has made me grow
Messes
so
suck.
much. Essentially, understanding my life pattern of, I'm obsessed with these because it's about, I'm obsessed with chemistry, right? And
Right.
these phenomenons, because it is about force, the force that I cannot control, the force of change, which is just so scary and yet so fascinating to me at the same time. And with chemistry, I'm able to like control that. I'm able to manipulate that force of change. And just watch the same damn magic show, man.
Yeah, you might be right about your type. What am I? Yep. What am I going to say? You might be right.
I mean,
It's pretty, yeah. I'd agree.
Yeah.
Going along.
that's me, man. That's me. It's, you know, you guys are probably some of the first people to actually like hear me and like get where I'm coming from on that, and be like, oh shit, okay, I think this dude actually figured it out. Like, you guys like actually understand where I'm coming from. Damn, man.
Yeah.
This is
I'd say so.
this is one hell of a day. I'm so glad I joined this. I'm so glad that I just
Aw.
I'm
was
glad you're here
like,
too, man. What's
Thank
up,
you.
Nico?
I'm so glad that I was just like, you know what? Fuck. I need to jump in. This is an opportunity that I must seize, because I need to seize this, because if I don't, you're gonna be doing this. I'm gonna be doing the same damn thing. I can't allow myself to just ignore this moment. Not anymore. So I did it, and
You did.
I'm
Yep.
so proud of myself for. Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
I'm down to talk. If y'all have any problems, please just like, you can tell me. I'll try my best to to help you guys out in the same way I helped you, in the same way you helped me. I
Yeah.
guess
I
you
mean,
could
we
say
just want to. We're just kind of here to hang out more.
Yeah,
But
essentially.
man.
yeah, I'll share my
I think-
problems. If you can get me a job, that would be nice.
Oh man, I'm in that. Oh shit, I'm in that same boat, man.
I
That's
know, man. It's all
But
good.
man, that's the same thing for like everybody though.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody can't find a job. Like,
No, I got a job. I
Yeah.
just want a different one.
oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
well, what are your interests? What do you like?
Just all kinds of stuff. Just yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
What am I not interested in?
have you have you categorized them yet?
Categorize my interests.
Yeah.
They're all over the place. Yeah.
Oh man, I got
Yeah.
three fishing nets, man.
You got 3? What are your 3?
Yeah. Function, change over time or causality, and what you might call it, the energy. Yeah, force.
Yeah.
I'm interested in those
That's
2. Yeah. Those are interesting things.
it's yeah. Uh, and
Good.
well,
Yeah.
there's a fourth one that sneaked its fucking way in there, but I guess I could put that in the net of function, and that's OPS. But it gets my nets tangled because it's a paradox, and like my identity is just like now drowning in the vortex because it pulled my it pulled me off the ledge of my ship. Yeah.
Paradox.
You like
Well,
paradoxes,
what's-
David?
What's the fourth one?
OPS, you said.
I was saying it's like kind of
Oh.
OPS, but I can like just kind of just slap that into the fishing net. But if I slap it into the fishing net of function, it'll start to like spiral. It get my entire existence caught into it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what'll happen.
Yeah.
So it's like off to the side, and it's really fucking annoying because that's one of those things where the literal thing says I can't figure it out, and yet I'm always like on it. It's like I'm a colorblind person being told to do a Rubik's cube, and yet this colorblind person's also autistic, so he's just hyper fixated on this shit. By the way, I do have autism.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
part of sensory processing sensitivity.
Mhm.
I also hate ASMR and textures.
You don't like the sounds?
Whispering that pisses me off. If somebody I can like feel it in the back right here, and that just oh fuck you, man. Oh, that's so painful. That's the autism talking.
It's talking. Autism can talk. Yes.
You know.
Yeah,
It's a
in the
joke.
back of your neck, the sensory stuff.
Yeah.
Like spiders.
I wish I
probably
could
not.
just
Well,
like wish I could
Now that
just
you're
cut
thinking
that
about
out.
it, you're feeling it too.
I wish I could just
Yeah.
like cut both of those things out because they're just like this like primal like sensation urge that's just like that hits, and it's just like, oh my god, man, just cut that out. Just get out of there. But you know,
He's easier to.
you know,
He's more
can't.
talkative than Alan. Remember Alan, David, from 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Yeah. You
we
talk
don't.
more than Alan. You talk more
I
than.
don't know who Alan is.
What was
man.
your What was your guess for his type then? I came up with a guess.
Did you?
Probably my type.
No. I think he had any at the top. I was looking back at
Alan?
it. Yeah, I didn't hear a lot of him, but it felt like he was any trolling a little bit.
You think so?
Oh, any trolling?
Yeah, like an ENTP, like a number 3 ENTP. Just
Alright.
like black, like you kept like solidifying his like SI, and like you have short responses, and like the energy he'll like use that against you. It may not be true, but since you keep saying it, then he just
All right, that's
Oh,
an
man,
interesting
I
interpretation.
he sees the pattern.
No, not we're not talking about you, Nico. We're talking about Alan from last time. He was just really hard to pull information out of.
Yeah.
I mean, there are times like, you know, that
Hey, what's up?
it'd be pretty cool to talk to, you know, an ENTP, because I thought I was an ENTP or an ENFP. Even thought, you know, ESFP, ESTP, but I'm like, but
Well, that was my first bias.
I
was you're
can't
probably
tell.
ESTP.
I look And I was
Yeah.
I remember I was like talking to my friend whenever I was hanging out, and I'm like, "Hey, can you jump a fence?" And he goes, "Yeah, easy." And I'm like, "What, man?
You use the jump the fence anecdote. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's
I'm
such
It
an
like,
works every
anecdote.
time.
That says it.
It's never.
what?
I could jump
I was-
fences.
I'm
could
sure
jump
you
fences.
can. Yeah.
Man, I'm jealous. I'm jealous, man. I
Good.
the second an earthquake happens, man, you know, I could jump that fence. I'd be parkouring, but I
You
go
gotta
up to
see
the
if it's true.
fence,
Yeah.
and I'm just running over to it, and I'm like, that like,
Did you jump it?
no, I can't jump a fence. No, it's it.
Okay. We confirmed that he's SE at the bottom.
Yeah, that's how it
I
works.
get so
100%.
That's how I do typing. Yeah.
I get
That's how
like
you do
those guys, man. Those guys who can do that, man. I get like I don't like I get jealous. Yes, like I get like
I get you. I
man.
get you.
Look at you.
I get you.
Look at y'all
What,
just
wait,
being
wait, wait.
adrenaline
What kind of fence
junkies.
was it? Was it like one of the fences that gives you footholds, or was it like a steel fence that has like the what kind of fence were
Man,
you
well,
trying
he
to
was
jump?
he was doing it like in one of them steel fences, and like
Yeah.
he said, "Oh yeah, you can just do it." Like whoop, and I'm just like, "What? What the fuck is this? Whoop? Are you fucking a black hole? Are you emerging black hole, man? What is this?" Like,
Could be right.
I'm like,
Could be
how'd you
right.
just whoop, man? You're moving too fast. Same thing with like wrestling, right? He tried to teach me some wrestling, and he goes, "Oh yeah, you just go over and you just whoop whoop whoop," and all of a sudden I'm like face planted on the ground, and I'm like, "What the fuck did I just miss? You move too fucking fast." Nah, man. Oh my god, that shit
Yo,
gets me, man.
Your
what's up?
friend who
Hey,
does
what's up,
the
man?
whoop whoop, he sounds like he might be a homosexual, and he's trying to do various things to you.
Are we lagging out? Is that just me?
I mean, like,
Man, fuck technology,
it
man.
sounds
It
like
fucks
he's
up.
trying to get you into some compromising positions.
Are you talking to us?
He's
I
talking about
swear,
his wrestling.
whoever that voice is, I've heard that. I've heard that.
You've heard it.
Slow State.
Yeah,
Welcome back.
who's talking? Who's
We
like,
got this
saying
guy
I was-
here,
who's
Trials and
saying he's
Tribulations.
gay?
What's your name, buddy?
My name is Charles.
Trials. All right.
Yeah. How you doing?
Hey, welcome to the panel.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm hella stoned. I joined in and the story was going on, and I don't know, dude.
Damn,
Pretty
bro, I
cool.
need to
Yeah.
be right there. I need to get some weed, man. I need to be right there with you, bro. Shit,
So, like,
reality is just annoying, man.
well, why is your reality?
Man, because it's just too much shit, man. It's too
Are
much
we
You
in
should
the
be able to
same
stream it now,
reality?
Oh, look at that! You upgraded.
I did, and I used your link, but I think I need to use your link to sign up and not to. It didn't ask me
That's
for a link
okay.
when yeah. Sorry.
It's okay. You don't need to help me out with a $15 credit.
I know. I know.
I think the other reason I joined in was like every other panel was for the black people, and like I'm white, and they wouldn't let me join.
I mean,
Man,
he's
I
not
hate to-
wrong. He's
You
not
guys
wrong.
are pretty
not
Black
cool.
panels have like a grip on YouTube.
I don't know what it is about that. Like they'll go like,
That's
"Shit,
true.
man,
Yeah, yeah.
we
That's
invented it all, man. Shit, and if we didn't do it, man, these whiteys wouldn't have shit."
Man, know what I'm saying?
I didn't even believe them for a minute, but then they were going like, "We invented the pyramid." Shit.
Fuck,
And I was
they
like,
be, you know what
well,
I'm saying? They
I
be
don't know.
talking about all that whack shit, man. Know what I'm saying, man?
Well,
Fucking whack
Yeah.
shit, all
Yeah,
that.
well, no, but hold up. Like, I'm just kind of thinking to myself
Know what
while
I'm
they're
saying, man?
talking. Like, can you actually name one good thing that black people have ever done for society?
Yeah. Hip hop.
Music and food.
Basketball. They
Man, but the rap
Music,
god's a white guy,
basketball.
though. How are you gonna explain that?
no. They
Music, food, and basketball. Well, that's
No,
not
there's
really
lots of
helping
scientists
society.
and stuff that have been. Yeah, let's see.
There probably are, but who pays attention to scientists?
Yeah, but hold up. No. Like music, food, and basketball. Those are the three things that come to your head.
Oh, and there's
But,
also
like,
philosophers and
why people created like agriculture, roads, and I don't know.
What the
All
hell?
right, name your
What
favorite
are you
road
on about,
builder of
bro?
any race.
That's just
My
blatant. That's just
favorite road
factually
is
wrong,
Martin Luther King Boulevard, man. Fuck,
bro. All
That'll
that,
be good
man. So
fucking street.
you won't catch me near Martin Luther King Boulevard. So much shit goes
Why
down over
not?
there, bro.
Why wouldn't you go near Martin Luther King Boulevard?
Man, it's a GTA lobby.
GTA
Every
lobby?
Martin
I
Luther
don't
King
know.
Boulevard is a GTA lobby, bro.
Where would I go to
All
buy a
types of
bottle
shit
of
goes
water?
on down there, man.
Where
I'm
would
about
I
to
go
get
to
spawn
buy a
camped.
bottle of water?
One of them guys gonna be flying in one of them damn floaty shippy thingies, just blowing up my car, bro. Oh
What, a
hell
blimp?
no, bro! You won't catch me near that shit. Nope.
Shit.
Nope.
So what's your channel about, anyways? Who's the owner of the channel?
I don't know,
Be honest.
some guy named Benjamin.
Oh wait, it's a
Anyway.
Benjamin.
Whoever.
God
Just
dang,
really-
I got the
Benjamin has
No, no,
really good hair. He's got really cool hair. You want to show the panel your hairstyle?
yo.
Thanks, David. I'll get you back. We'll see.
I didn't.
I really good hair
didn't see
too.
it.
Yeah.
What's the
Wait, is
top-
Ben
okay,
bald
well,
under that hat?
Is he? We don't know. Nobody knows. It's a mystery.
Shows
I
the
bet David
SB
knows.
Ben.
Well, can anyone name one good thing that black people ever did for society?
Probably a bunch, yeah.
Well,
I mean,
try.
I don't
Name
really
one.
why. Google it. It's all over Google.
Google
They have a whole
it.
month.
They
They have a whole
made-
month.
You do.
They,
You Google
back in
it.
back in
think you
the
got a
Can't
drunk
even think
troll.
of one. You have
To-
to
to-
Google it.
I don't
Is
know.
this
Pretty
continue
where-
the-
Is this where we are in society that you
Look,
have
look.
to Google it?
Side.
I
Fucking
don't know
hell.
about I don't know about you, bro, but like back in the 1800s, man, they worked really hard, bro.
This is what helped us get
Doing what?
the moon. And
They did a lot, bro. Like
We
No,
can-
the
they needed
1800s,
incentives
they
to
did
work.
so much work.
Who's that
They
You know what I'm
needed
saying?
incentives to work, right? And ever since they didn't get those incentives
Oh my
to
God.
work, then they
I'm-
were
I'm-
looking
I'm-
for a
I'm
handout.
joking, guys. Please don't kill me.
Oh,
Margaret Lee Shetterly. Look her up.
That I swear that FE is like one of the most terrifying things.
That's not bad, FE. That's intentional, FE.
Well, like,
so what other channels? Like?
Good FE can also be abrasive FE.
Yeah.
man, my
it
my
can be-
my FE's
Yeah.
my FE's dog water, bro.
We all got to work on FE, no matter what type you are.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a fear. And
Did black people actually invent basketball? Where they actually?
They didn't invent it. No, it was some guy named
Oh.
James Naismith.
Yeah,
invented basketball.
yeah. I was kind of pondering that one.
Man, how'd
Yeah,
you
I'm,
actually
st-
know
I'm
that?
still waiting for anything that they did for society.
I mean, rock and roll, blues.
They
They invented it for sure.
Okay.
Soul.
We're not touching the core concept here. What is good to society for you?
Yeah, that's true.
I suppose like agriculture, roads, flight, government.
Name
government.
your favorite
Hold up, government might
agricultural
not be so
figure
good.
of any race.
Well, yeah, government's all right whenever they know what
Name
they're
your
doing.
favorite road figure of any race. This is my
Road
point.
figure?
This isn't a real observation. This is a drunk troll from Australia.
Yeah.
Oh, you from the land down under, mate?
He's from the world's taint.
Exactly.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, blimey, mate! You from the land down under, man? Why ain't your screen upside down?
Come crawling out a kangaroo, did you?
No, but a
Man, I
dingo
came,
ain't me
crawling
brother.
out your mom's arse.
No, a dingo
That's
ain't
how you
me
say
brother,
arse.
mate. Dingo ain't me brother.
David's
Australia's
looking up
another
something.
place I'm just
He's gonna
terrified
throw
of,
us
bro.
something.
He didn't come
You'll
back to
catch me
finish off the
dead in
family,
that shit,
mate.
man.
What is your opinion of Barack Obama? What is your opinion of Barack Obama?
Yes, we can.
He played the game
Are you
well.
asking me, mate?
He played the
Ah,
game
shit.
well.
I would say
I
that
think.
he was just a you had to have one, but he wasn't a proper one, was he? So you know they can say, "Oh, we had one in," and yeah, it's gonna be Donald Trump in 2024, though.
Probably, yeah. Most likely.
Oh, Biden, he's a bit of a weirdo.
Here we got Obama as a tyrant. How do you have a
What? The moderator?
was this on your channel? How does he have a wrench? I don't give wrenches to people.
I've been giving wrenches out on your channel. You didn't
Shut
know
up,
that when
Ren.
you gave me. I'm just kidding.
What-
Yeah, he's on my channel.
All right.
You see the little loop-de-loop on the top of their icon?
Right. Okay, that's from your that's a link channel. Okay, I
Hey,
gotcha.
Hey,
I
y'all.
don't see that.
Hey, I'm so glad to hang out with you guys. How long you planning for this stream to go?
I'm
Who are
probably
these
gonna go another
people?
3 hours, something like that.
Oh
Why can't I
my,
see
go!
each one in the chat?
I need
think
to.
it's just
I
really
need
cool
to
that Billy
get ready to
Corgan
go
is still alive.
to anger management therapy.
Oh, yeah, that's important. Thanks for joining,
Yeah,
Nico. It was
yeah,
good
I
talking
got-
to you.
You have anger management?
It's a hey man.
I get
I'm-
prescribed the Ritalin, and the Ritalin makes me happy and smile, and that makes things a better day for everyone. When I think the things are bad and other ways, an untoward way of me thinking about the
It's
ways
a lot
that
of
I
words
would
you're
not
mashing
like to
together
be
right
the
there.
way
Yeah.
of the day that would
He's
be
trying to say
that
bye.
actually
Let him
could
say
be,
bye, and then we
Okay,
can.
my bad.
a thing
Yeah,
that like you know Billy Corgan, thank you for joining the panel. Thank you, dude. And the guy with the really small beanie who looks like he's in a cult. Yeah, you got a cool beard, dude. I hope that we have many blessings that forever reach other solar systems, and we can soul bond
Yeah,
together
yeah,
one time, just together, me and you, staring each other in the eyes
Amen.
together, just at peace. And that would be just thrilling for
You're a
all,
professional troll. You're really
all
good. Yeah.
people involved. And we could love one another under the solar system and have solar love and intertwine as solar beings, because
yeah,
solar
bro. We
love
merge like
is
black holes,
better.
bro.
If you're ever near a Yellow Deli cafe, please come in and see us and try our food, and come to the Yellow Deli cafe. We will take care of you.
Don't worry, bro. I'll jump over your counter, bro. I'll make sure to shake your hand. I got you.
Jack, be nimble. Jack, be quick. Jack, jump over the candlestick. Jack, be quick. Jack, be sure. Jack, don't fall over on the floor. Hey, Fred Durst, thank you very much for doing your new tour this year. I really appreciate you. That's great, because you know I know that getting old is really hard, and there's issues that we have in the age. Like I personally,
This is pure
get
humor.
older, and in the past 15 minutes since I joined, I realized that I for one have got older and wiser and stronger, but have also fought
Gotta
hard.
have faith.
Bro, this dude, he's speaking. He's speaking.
He's speaking. Spooky Ghost.
I'm not sure if you're speaking like
No,
I'm not sure what you're
sentence.
speaking.
Thinking
man.
was we
he's
could
keep
all
going.
become a ghost busting team and we could all like maybe
Ghostbusters. That's
team up.
4.
No, not
What?
like the
What?
ship movie,
What?
like one that
Power
we
Rangers.
created. No, what I want to
That's
do is
5.
I want to create a ghost busting team where we all connect through the internet, but we do a Ouija board, and it would be like super fucking based. And
Fuck
I
Ouija boards.
just maybe okay, maybe it would work, but maybe if we all put our heads together, we could like really structure it into something that could actually become like the next phenomenon on the YouTube.
We need to have a brainstorming session.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that
maybe
reminds me of a
maybe
story.
tonight is not
Holy
the
shit.
night for this, but like we should totally just bring our best foot forward and put the second one ahead.
I'll look forward to
Man.
seeing you there.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
All right. Thanks for coming by. I'll see you tonight at the brainstorming session.
Well, what time do we all meet up? Like,
What time works best for you?
Well, it
8.
might be hard for me to get there. Is it gonna? Where is there a Discord?
I'll email you.
Email?
Yeah.
That's kind of hard for me because I'm between emails at the moment.
Yeah.
Do you have like maybe a phone number that I could perhaps take?
If
Yeah,
you can't
that
email,
would-
you can't be part of the ghostbusting
Well,
conglomerate.
now hang about. I could maybe perhaps give you.
That's really the only requirement for being part of the Ghostbusters is that you have a working email. So if email's not going to work for you, I'm sorry, we're going to have to find somebody else to be a Ghostbuster.
He'll need pigeons.
Look,
we
let me
gotta
just-
use pigeons for him.
Look, let me just drink this a second and think because I'm between emails. If I'll tell you what, Fred Durst, you look like you smoke bongs.
No, I don't smoke bongs. I smoke menthols.
Bro.
Dude, do you know how much you'd let me down right now?
I'm sorry.
All right,
Bongs-
hold up.
I
hold
look,
up.
I don't do. I'm
No,
a grown-ass
no,
man.
no,
I
no,
do
no,
adult
no,
drugs,
no.
not child
I
drugs.
want a show of hands. How many of you horrible people smoke
Cigarettes?
cigarettes? I want a raise a hand. Who
Smoke
smokes
cigars too,
cigarettes
don't you?
on
Yeah, I
this
smoke
panel
cigars too.
right now? Who smokes cigarettes? Put your hands up.
Yeah, we're not dumb enough to get addicted to that stuff. Sorry.
So it's only you,
Yeah.
Fred Durst.
It's only me.
Only
I do
Fred
it all
Durst.
for the
Fred
nookie.
Durst. How does it
Don't worry,
feel to
I'll
be? How does it feel to be?
I'm
The
I'm too
one-
good to smoke cigarettes.
You think you're the cool one? What? You think you're the Fonz?
Yeah.
Where's
I'm
your leather
huffing
jacket,
chloroform,
Fonzie?
Look,
Where's
Aussie,
your
it's
leather
not too late for
jacket,
you to look cool.
Fonzie? You ain't the Fonz. You ain't the Fonz.
What?
I don't know if they know what the Fonz is. They're a bit young for that.
What the hell?
We know what the Fonz is.
Do you?
I'm assuming it's something cool.
See that these guys,
God
they're younger. They don't know what the
What
Fonz
was
is.
that? Was that Moby talking?
What?
Moby? No, Moby's not talking. Moby's on mute.
Oh,
I'm no T.
I don't know if he even knows what
Fred,
Moby
I guess.
is.
Collaboration.
Nope.
I don't think he knows who Moby is either. So it went over his head.
Yeah. So like,
Man, you all.
what is a woman? Can you help me out?
What is a woman?
Yeah, what is a woman?
It's a good question. If you have to ask, you're a bit confused. Sorry about that.
Well, here's the thing.
I'm gonna head out, guys. Peace.
All right, later, Nico.
Hey, thank you,
You like
thank you.
one of them fucking you fucking tranny lover? You got to run away when someone. Hey, does your mate? Does he like the trannies and that? Does he? Is that when he ran off?
Probably not. No. Probably not.
No.
So, bro, did you get your email together or what?
A woman. I mean, a woman could be.
You know his email. Just send it to him, and then we can all meet up.
I'll send you the invite for the meeting tonight.
Yeah, it's on its way.
Fuck yeah!
It was good talking to you. I'll see you tonight at 8.
Where can we meet?
Yeah,
Can we touch?
we can touch.
Can we exchange fluids?
I insist on it.
Can we exchange fluids?
We will touch.
Fluids.
Maybe.
Ooh.
Thanks for
Can the bold
coming
guy
to my channel,
watch?
guy.
Can the bold guy watch?
Yeah, of course. Somebody's got to hold the camera.
I mean, like, I kind of want to copy, but like, can I trust that like David's not going to be jerking off the whole time? And
He's allowed to do whatever he wants with his non-camera hand.
Do you have one of those like really good fucking selfie sticks that has like what do you call that, stabilization?
No, David is the selfie stick.
This is kind of gay.
You act like you've never shot a porn before.
I haven't. I'm an amateur. I'm trying to break into the business. I didn't
We'll
realize
get you through it.
I didn't realize I'd meet such stud muffins like you.
We'll get you through it.
Fuck me. Whose channel is this?
It'll be called.
Just before I go,
It'll be called The Nookie, featuring Fred Durst and Trials and Tribulations.
Yeah, thanks for indulging me. Whose channel is this? The guy with the headband. What's his name? Blinny Armin. Did I say it right? Blinny Armin?
Yeah, that's right.
Pretty good.
Are you a Jew?
I am.
What's your thoughts on the current situations?
Got quite a few thoughts. Yeah. What about you?
Yeah. What team do you support? See, like, if it was football.
Yeah, I don't like to see things in that way.
No, neither do I. I mean, like, fucking, you get riots after football, you get riots after Rockets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I'm a Jew as well, so don't worry.
Are you really?
Yeah, of course.
I don't know if I can believe anything you say, but okay.
What are you they?
Oh, that proves it then. There you go.
Is that the secret Jewish greeting?
No. When you shoot your video later, you can check it out. See if he's really telling the truth.
He's shooting a video. Oh yeah, we're shooting a video, aren't we? So
featuring Fred Durst and the Biscuit.
Is David gonna wear the gimp suit?
Probably, if you want.
David does look.
Whatever will get you to say bye.
I don't know what it would take for me to say bye. Who do you support, Russia or Ukraine?
The whole thing is a big show.
I know it's run by fucking Zionist.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
You leave this guy here long enough.
Here we go.
And I'm going to start bonding with him, and I don't want that.
You don't want that?
No? Honestly, quite honestly, I've really enjoyed my bombing of your show. I
appreciate your bombing. Yeah,
I will not porn bomb you because I am not that low denomination troll.
I appreciate that. No, your troll was more elegant. I appreciate your elegant troll.
I'm not that fucking.
You're a high class troll.
Yeah. If you don't ban me, maybe I'll come back one day. I'm definitely going to subscribe to your channel
tonight.
Well, I won't ban you. You can come back and troll again. Enjoy. Thanks for cheering us up.
If you do me a favor, can you guys come and join in on the Nathan Sujanin channel?
How do we spell that?
Right. I'll write it down. Now, this guy does nightly fucking streams like this. And he's a punk rocker. And yeah, Nathan Sujanin, he's a great guy. Now, I would love it if you could all meet and we could all be friends because I'm over there. If you know Minnie Manson or Music Biz Marty or any of these kind of guys, you can come over and fucking have fun with all the. Just come and get involved. It'll be
All right.
fun.
We'll
Yeah.
email you.
Email. Ooh.
I actually found his channel and I subscribed.
I
Oh,
see
nice.
it. Yeah, I'm subscribed.
I'm gonna.
Are you
I'm
subscribed
gonna
already,
get
David, or
you
you just found it?
Nathan Sujanin.
I just subscribed. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
It's Suojanen.
Yeah, you got it. That's Nathan Sujanin. You'll find him. Come on over and
You got
fucking come and
2,000
say hello to Nate
subscribers.
because Nate's a fucking amazing dude,
Wait,
and
you
he'll
have
love to be
1,020
fucking friends.
How many videos do you have? Yeah, you got over 1,000, 1,200 videos.
Oh, maybe.
Now, are you Nathan?
Come and say hello some night, yeah?
All right.
All right, Nathan.
Yeah.
Thanks for dropping by, Nathan.
Peace
Yeah,
out,
peace out, man.
baby. 10
Peace.
out of
Later.
10. 10 out of 10. Peace out, baby.
I don't
Well-
think I've ever met a sober Australian.
Was he sober?
Oh, fuck no, he
No.
wasn't.
Yeah, no.
No, it's not. Too late.
Do you get these trolls all the time?
Yeah, sometimes I'm less tolerant. I'm quicker with the X button.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know, it's-
Ben will get there for sure. I see that. Yeah.
I think that Ben might always be a little bit more patient than me. I think
Probably,
his
yeah.
equilibrium
That's
is more
fair.
patient than me.
That's fair.
Yeah. Like how many?
Dude,
trolls
that
have you
rant
got?
guy, I don't know if you that rant guy you brought over, he just stayed there the whole time. Just
Oh
didn't
yeah,
shut
he'll
up.
talk and talk and
Yeah.
talk and talk. I didn't watch the rest of it.
I know.
Yeah, we
His,
like.
his voice is like nails on a chalkboard.
Yeah.
Your
I don't know, I
best
feel like-
friend's here though. He might come join us.
You're too tolerant, Vinny. I mean, yeah.
Oh,
maybe it's
that dude.
That dude, yeah. Let's have him on.
Or-
Let's have a discussion.
Yeah, I'll have him on. I'll have a discussion with him.
There, come on, dude.
I was before I clicked on. I was like, I kind of recognize that name. Did I know Corchester from? I do know Corchester from.
Yeah, you had a
somewhere.
little beef with him for a while. You guys
We
were going
did.
at each other. Yeah.
Man, I've had so many
Yes,
beefs since then. I
coming.
forgot all about my old beefs.
I gotta grab a tea. Okay, he's gotta get tea.
What did we even have a beef about?
I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know. But I remember there was one.
Flo,
Whatever
they're
it is,
always
you
drunk
got-
because they're crying over giving up their guns. Probably.
I mean, yeah. What happens? Does someone
So
just
here.
take the StreamYard link and just post it somewhere? Is that?
Yeah,
Or
I'm
do people just
restreaming to
find
my channel. And so, like, look at Chuck in Tennessee's icon. It's got that little gray circle in the top right corner of the icon.
Oh, it doesn't show
Yeah,
up here though.
It doesn't show up there. That
Yeah.
means that that comment came from my restream.
Right.
Oh, your restream. Oh, so you're streaming it over on your channel as well.
Yeah, so this stream now is going to two destinations. It's going to Benjamin's like it originally was, and it's going to my channel. It's playing live on
Nice.
both channels.
I see.
I thought we were going to get Joe Cool up here.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
He'll be here in a second.
You're really trying to ruin things here, are you, Taylor? You're trying to get
If
things
you can
going.
handle Rant and that dude, you got no issue with Joe Cool.
All right, okay.
Yeah, he sounds cool.
Shut the fuck up. No,
I was being
Joe-
honest. Yeah, I was making a
You've
fun.
talked to Joe. You've talked to Joe, haven't you?
I've seen him. I haven't
Okay.
talked to him. Yeah,
Joe
I've seen
Cool
him.
comes by regularly. Joe Cool's the biggest regular contributor to my panel. He's got the biggest channel of anybody, but he promotes nobody.
Wasn't he the
Even
guy that
bigger
just?
than, even bigger than Eric Strauss, cat down the road?
Yeah.
Eric's up to about 15 grand.
What? Talking with famous people.
Mm-hmm.
15K what subs?
Yep.
Yeah, but he probably doesn't have a lot of people watching him at any given time.
It seems like it seems like he's about in the mid 30s at any given time when I look over.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, Joe Cool's got like 137, but you'll never see Joe Cool on his channel like, hey, go to Flow State. 137,000 subs. Go to Flow State. Check him out. You'll never see that. He just takes up space.
Well, I haven't been promoting anyone's channel yet either, and just sort of hanging out on my own here. But yeah, go to Flow State too. I actually posted one of your videos, to my feed. The what's it called? The Biggest Hates, Volume 1.
Oh, the Flow State's Greatest Hates.
Yeah.
I was actually, before I saw you, I was pulling together some clips for the Volume 2.
Volume 2. Nice. Yeah. You know you're doing well when you can have a whole half hour of people trashing on you when you're not in the room.
Well, I had to cap that video at half an hour because the file was getting so big it was crashing the software.
Yep. Yeah, that's why you got a Volume 2 now. It's good stuff. So when are you coming back to the typology community?
I don't feel like in my heart like I ever left.
You didn't even.
What's going on in the typology community?
I don't know. I don't think anything special right now. It's kind of stagnant.
Yeah, it seems like it's stagnated. Like I don't
Yeah.
know. You and Eric and I all seem to be doing agnostic content, and I don't know who else still making stuff. I mean, I assume that Dave and Chan are.
Yeah. So they're doing the social types now. That's the big thing over there. Have you heard of those?
No.
All right.
They're good.
So it's like a new typology sort of coin that they got.
I think my issue with typology as a subject matter is at some point it feels like you've got a grip on the thing, right? And then after that, to keep making more content, you have to start doing like, I don't know, maybe the social shit adds something to it. But it seems like I've seen it in Socionics. It seems like Dave and Chan do it some, and it seems like C.S. Joseph is the stereotype of taking in other shit and just trying to flower up typology so you have something to talk about.
Yeah.
I mean, if it adds something, the social types do add something. Oh, there you go. There's your channel. Here,
go subscribe I just dropped it because somebody was asking what my channel is about. It's really hard to like. I don't know how to answer that question. If I'm feeling lazy, I say it's a vlog.
You're the one who told me to stop labeling my vlogs as vlogs. No one's going to click on them. That's what you said to me.
Is that true?
That's what you said.
Was it right?
Maybe it's right. I don't care. People don't.
But what did the numbers do on the vlog thing?
Probably not that great. I'm never really caring too much about the numbers, to be honest. It's not my thing. Oh. Bounced.
It's gone. Get some more people in here.
Gotta meet some new people. He's back.
I clicked the wrong X.
Okay.
So what was that new group of four? What about the Fantastic Four? What do you think about them?
I don't. What is that? Like the Hulk and Stretch Chick and
I don't know. David, so with the social types, there's 4 social types. So we're just like going through all of the groups of 4 in pop culture to see if any of them map on to this social type stuff. Yeah.
Or the easiest one you can see would be the Harry Potter houses, like Gryffindor and
aren't there 3?
And Hufflepuff. There's 4 of them.
There's 4?
Huh. Yeah, that was like one of the first connections that we made.
I don't like Harry Potter. Sorry to say.
I won't talk about Harry Potter then.
No, we could talk about it. I could talk about why I don't like it. It's just
go ahead. You can piss a lot of people off this way.
Yeah, piss a lot of people off. Well, it's just a nonsensical. Like, I get that it's not real, right? But it can't ever be real. Like it's not self-consistent. The world.
Yeah. I have. Yeah.
That was what's annoying to me. Yeah.
How's it even any more that way than like Lord of the Rings or anything?
Lord of the Rings, like self-consistent within its own lore and stuff, But Harry Potter is like placing itself in our world. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And
I didn't watch
was
Lord of
it-
the Rings. I mean, I did watch Lord of the Rings. I didn't watch Harry Potter
yeah,
Yeah.
or read it. I actually started trying to read it twice because I figured this is the biggest fucking book phenomenon of my lifetime. There's got to be something here worth reading. And every time I'd start, it was just like, bleh,
yeah.
too much of an essay.
Yeah, it was really really big. Yeah. Like what J.K. Rowling's been writing books until she was like 40, and then she like blew up after that. So yeah, whatever you're doing, just keep going until you break through that line, because it might not come till you're 40 or 50.
The only people who like peace are ones who can't fight good.
I like peace, and I can fight good.
What do you want, Tiny Kitty?
Oh yeah, like in the Harry Potter, yeah. They all wanted like peace, and then as soon as like all the demons came, they all started using like the kill spell. But they wouldn't teach the students the kill spell. So yeah, they got killed.
Yeah, Kitty comes in here and is just staring at me now with that sort of glossy-eyed, stupid cat look. You know the.
Yeah. Animals are dumb. They're cute.
Our other cat is way smarter, I think.
The cat down the
This
road.
one's friendlier. David Harbour can't fight.
No, man, peace is good. You can fight better when you have peace.
It's an oxymoron.
Is it?
Do you fight when there's peace?
Yeah. No?
No. If you're fighting, there's no more peace. Don't treat Katie like that. Katie disappeared. I don't know where she was. She started pulling out all the files and paperwork and shit. She's rummaging up for something. So I just stay out of her way.
Yeah, looking for that paperwork.
It
You got your
pisses her
taxes
off
done?
because no. No,
No.
David.
I should have done them for you. That's on me.
Oh no.
In hindsight, like looking back, I should have offered
I
up
smoked it.
my services.
No.
Yeah, join the boring ass stream. Entertain us. Thank you.
Please
He is a jester.
do a little dance.
Sleep energy. We're just chilling, just hanging out. Whoever wants to join, hang out.
Chuck, I haven't been on bond in years. All my bonds got violated. I married some people yesterday on my stream.
Did you? Are you allowed to marry people?
Well, they were fighting, and I tried to explain to them
Did you?
that every good relationship has a violent phase at the beginning. And then after the violent phase comes the bliss. And that's the normal trajectory for all healthy relationships. But they were stuck in the violent phase. So if they just got married, they could get through the violent phase.
I mean, I don't know if ever, yeah, there's Some relationships build up to a violent phase. I've seen that too.
I was just making up bad advice for him.
Oh, okay, I see. That works. So wait, are you legally allowed to marry people? Like, are they now legally married?
No, I don't think so. I did have somebody on though who is an ordained minister.
Nice.
But
Did you have your Pope hat?
he didn't really do the presiding. I did the presiding. He was more just trying to sell marriage or couples counseling.
Get more people married so you can get more people in counseling.
I think that since he is where'd my ashtray go?
What's up, Jay? How you been?
What's happening?
Been a while.
Yeah, it has.
I think that since he is an actual ordained minister, he was taking the LARP more seriously than I was because he could actually like marry them there.
Right. How's your group doing?
It's pretty dead right now.
Yeah.
But you know how it goes, man. It ends up rising.
Jay, what were
Over
we
and over
fighting
again.
about?
Oh, back in like 2020,
Yeah.
dude. I don't even remember because I was like off my fucking rocker then. I think I was making fucked up videos. Like I go back and look at those videos. I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking?
All right. Well, if you want to start fighting again, just jog my memory and we can go.
Okay, I think you called me a big bitch.
That sounds like me.
And then you sent me a video like with advice.
Your volume's quiet.
My volume's quiet. That means it's down, right? All right, hold on.
You can Benjamin can turn your volume up and
Can I?
Hey, Ben,
yeah, if you go down to his thing below and push the 3 dots, you can edit.
Yeah. I got that.
No, Ben's doing this on purpose. Like the same thing. Like he flashes what I write in the chat. It's like bleep, and it's gone. Come on, Ben. And play games.
There we go. Now the volume's up.
Yeah, I'm not going to behave. I promise.
No, I know you'll behave. You don't have to behave. We're good. I'm sure the people want to see you misbehaving.
People love the drama.
The OP people. Oh, I don't think they want any Discord.
No.
Yeah. But well, Ben, you know what happened there, right? I got kicked out of that group really quick.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
But Ben, I didn't do anything, and you know
That's what you always say every time you get kicked out of a group.
I really didn't do anything this time. I was just there, and I was making.
No, I believe you. Yeah, they're a little bit over controlling there. That's okay.
Well, I mentioned the forbidden word. You know,
the V word.
Young.
Oh.
Yeah.
Really? That's the forbidden word?
No, it's not.
Oh my! Well, no one knows young in there.
Oh.
You know, well, who's that? It's like what?
I love this new narrative that you're crafting, Jay.
No,
I'm buying it hook, line, and sinker. I'll spread it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben, you know what happened. You were observing it. Like
I just know that you argue, and
no,
people don't like it when you argue with them. That's all.
They twisted my words. You saw they did do that. You know they did do that. And then what was her name? The one with the curly hair or whatever. She's like, I know what you're up to. I'm like, I'm not up to anything. You know? So, and that was like, and then I think I was quiet for like 7 days. And then I opened it up one day and it wasn't there. So I'm like, oh, I guess I'm done.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It is interesting though, because my entire audience now doesn't know anything about the typology stuff. And so every now and then I'll bust it out. And I've brought it up enough times lately that people are starting to kind of get their brains around it. But still it's kind of like, what is this voodoo?
It's just another community with drama. That's it.
Well, it's dropped off big time. Typology in general is going like that. I mean, socionics has become more popular. But I mean, with OP Ben, okay, like, I don't know what revisions you've made lately, but I mean, when you start talking blast, consume,
play all this shit or whatever.
You don't like the language, yeah, I know.
It's childish.
It's childish language. I agree. Yeah, you're not
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah.
So, you know,
yeah.
I'm
Sometimes-
trying to refrain.
I know. You're doing good.
What I told Benjamin before you got here is that I think that the problem with typology is at some point you've figured the whole thing out, right? It's like a schematic, and once you've seen the whole blueprint, you understand the blueprint, and there's not really another place to continue going and continue making new content without just sort of muddying the waters. And I think that
You got a
C.S.
fan
Joseph
here.
is the perfect example of somebody who has muddied the waters by bringing in all sorts of Dungeons and Dragons and other fantasy bullshit into.
Yeah.
He's doing those archetype stuff. You're a wizard if you're this type, and you're.
Oh, I know, it's so cringy.
Yeah, that's way worse for people. Yeah.
I agree with you on that. I think that well, the thing too is, I mean, the socionists don't even believe that Model A is complete. So that's a whole issue there.
You have Model G now with Galenko.
Right. I don't really know enough about that, if I'm being honest, to comment on it. I mean, I've talked
brought it up.
Sauce, you know, look at these mental rings, look at these vital rings, you know, like all that shit. But I don't know what the fuck he's saying. So
there are some areas like that where I don't know the nitty gritty of it enough to explain it. But I don't know that I believe all of it is accurate. I think that there are some socionics get so minuscule that I think sometimes it loses clarity.
Right. And I mean, they keep pointing to its symmetry, right? But how do they know that is the symmetry? Right?
Sure. No, yeah, you're absolutely right. The symmetry is mentally pleasing to somebody, to TI users. We love that shit. It's fantastic. Yeah. It feels good, but that doesn't mean that it's applicable to the real world.
Right. And I've seen where socionics has broken down.
I mean, I've seen that all the symmetry that they're pointing at is real symmetry. They just don't understand what it's actually pointing at. Like they haven't explained what it actually means. But like the math is right. Because I came to the same math too, but you just kind of have to explain. I don't know, just like even the most simple thing. I go to their stuff and I'm like, okay, what's TI? What's their description of TI? No,
it's so hard to explain.
That's wrong.
It's so
like,
right.
How can I trust any of their other concepts are right? You know, if they have like the most basic stuff wrong.
Well, the way they define the functions is as information elements, not as functions. So when you're looking at it in terms like from a Jungian perspective,
that's okay. Yeah, I got no problem with that.
Yeah, but I mean, they shouldn't call it Jungian because it's not. It really isn't at its core. I mean, and I also looked up papers from how do you pronounce her name? Ashura Augusta, and like poorly translated, of course, but like her interpretation of like object and subject was. There's just no way she was that stupid. At least what I wrote or what I read. It was so backwards compared to Jung.
Myers-Briggs?
No, someone in socionics.
No.
Russian.
Yeah, the one who basically built Model A, Shora Augusta.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was distracted by the chat.
Yeah, the translations are terrible, but she was almost like looking at subjects as you would in like the literary sense, right? Versus like Jung was saying, okay, so you're the subject, everything outside of you is objects, right? And he kept it there. She's starting to say, well, there's multiple subjects that are all interacting with these objects, and some of these are static and some of these are dynamic, and that's where it really breaks from Jung. So
okay.
Yeah, I think for me, and this is probably my SE Dom normal fucking issue though, is you can have an internally consistent model that has no basis in the real world at all.
Yeah, like Lord of the Rings.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How does that connect?
Well,
I don't understand how you didn't call the connection
to the world. Harry Potter tried to make that connection to the world, but it's not internally consistent.
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings is completely internally consistent, just not connected to the world.
Mhm.
Right. It has its like own
Yeah.
map.
This is something I used to get on host Eric about, talking about famous people a lot, because he could, with his NETI up these whole big ass flowery explanations that were internally consistent,
Oh
but
yeah.
then had no connection to the real world.
Well, also, yeah, they can
Yeah.
make anything work out. They can
Yeah.
make any puzzle fit.
You can show me math, but if
You
the
can be
math
any- you can
isn't
be any type.
representing real objects, then get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I mean, wasn't your whole thing to get into MBTI? Didn't that start either as like a pickup thing or a jail thing, something like that?
No, but I have used it for both.
Right.
It was a continued education thing. When I was a banker, it was part of a continuing education course, and it was a week-long course basically that hit a lot of different things. And the homework you do beforehand, there's a bunch of different things, and so one of them was to take the MBTI test. I had no idea what it was doing. I was just clicking through links and completing the assignments. And so then on the very last day of that event, it was the MBTI people, and she used me because I had a fairly unique personality to a bunch of bankers there. But she kept telling me about myself, and it's sort of like it was pretty impressive.
Yeah. Did they get you as an ESTP back then?
ENTP. I had.
I know you had that whole ENTP.
You know,
rank.
there's because on the official
Pretty
MBTI,
close.
they score you out of 29 on each side, and I scored 1 into the intuitive side.
Right.
But
Pretty close.
But I think that, and I've said this before, Isabel Myers-Briggs fucked up the language she used bad, because when you take the test, it's basically like, are you innovative and creative and inspiring, or are you boring as fuck?
Yeah. There's inherent value behind the answers, so everyone's going to pick the valuable ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I tried doing a test a few times. Yeah, I tried making test a few times, and every single time it's just that was the problem. It's like, how do you get the value out of the question is really always the problem.
Ben, what did you test as?
I always tested as INTP. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and for 2 years, I had people telling me I'm an ESTP, and I kept doing the most censorious thing possible, which is no, look. It says ENTP. Not even realizing the irony of my response.
Yeah.
You agree more with ESTP than ENTP?
Yes.
Now he does, yeah, after all this time.
Yeah.
I remember, like, I think it was during our interview where you were like giving all of these crazy analogies, and you're like, oh no, I'm just calling out things I see in my room. Here, look, this is a toothbrush. That's why I talked about a toothbrush. I was like, oh, okay, that works.
Yeah. Eventually it was Diamond. I don't know if any of you knew Diamond. Diamond is the one who finally, for whatever reason.
Yeah, right.
I think it's because I knew that she was like uber nerd, and she was like deep down in the nerdy muck of socionics, and she was not assertive. But when I saw she just put a little ass comment that said, "You are an SLE."
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
Yeah.
I was like, okay. I don't know. It caught my attention because it was so understated, but plain.
How did you get into typology, David? I don't think I ever heard that.
Oh, my story. I got into typology a few years ago. I got into it because my friend group, one of the girls asked me to kind of tell everybody about it, and so we spread it from there. And then
Is she an OP? Your friend?
No.
Yeah.
This was like right before we went off to college, so it was like that summer of 2021. We just kind of did it for fun. We did Myers-Briggs for fun,
Yeah.
And then we talked about it for 3 months, and then we had to go our separate ways after that.
Are you still into voltology, Jay? Is that still the stuff you're doing? No.
No, I mean, I think that connections can be made with voltology, but in my group, over the course of like say the last 3 or 4 years, we've started to see where the voltology breaks down. Like when you start to get to know people and start to see it, you're like, oh, wait a second, something's fucked up here. I think that's why CT or voltology has like a huge celebrity database, because can't disprove those. There's really no way to verify it. And if you notice, like there's like I think they have like something like 5,000 celebrities, and
Wow.
maybe they have like 500, 600 participants otherwise. So I mean, I do think that, yeah, I do think there are connections to be made, but I left that a while ago. I'm kind of disappointed by it because it fucked my mind up.
Yeah, I mean, you got pretty deep into the voltology stuff.
Well, I mean, it begins to train your mind to just look for those things.
The signals. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. And that's what ends up happening to the people who, adapt or adopt voltology is they only look at those things. They don't use their ears anymore, So, or their brain, really.
Yeah, I guess that's the danger with all of this stuff. You're always trying to force things into whatever category you're using whatever system you're using.
Yeah, like what I posted in chat earlier, like where you should start is, well, am I a J lead or am I a P lead? Right? And then from there you should move on. Am I an introvert or an extrovert? Well, now you know that you're one of four. You're either an extroverted judger, an introverted judger, an introvert perceiver, an extroverted perceiver.
Oh, you mean your function, like if you're
Right.
an observer, decider, J.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No matter what way you want to do it, right? And then from there, if you're, say, a perceiver and an extroverted perceiver, well, is it an associative extroverted perception or is it a literal one, right? And then now you have your answer. It's really,
I honestly don't think that like any one typology is superior. It's just different ways to categorize things. And it's like it comes down to preference at the end of the day. Like which one do you like using? Which one is more, which one do you want to stick to?
Yeah, I get that. But I think, Jung's overlooked because he was difficult to understand, but there really is something in the inferior functions too, because we've seen that that those with NI inferior, they do the same fucking thing. Doesn't matter who it is. You got to understand with the extrovert that so for the extroverted perceiver, so extrovert sensation, that intuition turned against the subject, right? So now that extroverted individual starts to turn inwardly, and they get into all sorts of like esoteric shit, but it's like it's unhealthy, like it's maladaptive, like almost like infantile, archaic, etc. Like right into like doing like rituals and shit like that, but it's weird,
Yeah,
it will disappear for 3-4 weeks until they begin to push that back down. So I mean, I don't understand why modern typologies have gone like, fuck Jung, don't look at, sorry for my language, I don't know if I'm allowed to.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Don't look at Jung, look to these other goofballs, Good, but I've seen it come up time and time again.
It's just the problem with Jung is he didn't develop a method for typology. Like he explained what typology is, but he didn't say how do you type people,
Oh, he didn't say that.
Yeah, so then like that's because I mean academia tried to pick up Jung and start a whole typology in like universities and stuff, and then they just dropped it because they couldn't figure out how to type people.
Oh, I think it's easy. They just didn't understand the basically the fundamental dichotomies, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, it's
But I mean, like, so like, have you ever found someone that sees type the way you see type and agrees with all the ways you type? Has that ever happened?
has that ever happened, period?
Yeah, period. Yeah. Has anyone ever completely agreed with the way you type?
Well, has anyone ever completely agreed with the way you type? I mean, you know,
Right.
it's
Yeah.
like, right. But I
So
think,
yeah, that's the thing. So how do you know you're right? Like how yeah.
well, because
Like you're saying, oh, it's easy, it's simple, but okay, it's simple in your way of typing.
well, I don't think it's simple. I think that it takes an understanding to get to the point where the complexity becomes more simplistic to the individual, if that makes sense. So what I mean by that is if you don't understand the underlying foundational dichotomies as proposed by Jung, right, then no matter what you do will turn out fucked up. And then what do people do? They turn against Jung. Oh, you know, it's all wrong. No, what's wrong is the way you applied it because you didn't understand it. People jump straight to the functions. What is FE? Well, what is below FE, right? FE is extroverted judgment, right? Okay, so it's extroverted judgment. But what is extroverted judgment? It is both judgment, so it's rational, right? And then it's also extroverted. So if you don't understand these things, you're going to fuck up.
Yeah.
I don't know like what I have to do to like get it through people's heads.
You don't have to do anything, man. It's not your job.
No, I know, but like they, you know, it's the weirdest thing when you know what you're talking about and then people tell you you're wrong. It's like, no, you're the stupid one. It's like, no, actually, you're.
You see why you got banned, David?
What? No, but how's what I'm doing? Like, what's wrong about it?
Nothing's wrong about it.
No.
You're authentically.
You know, like
you're being authentically yourself. Nothing wrong with it.
yeah. Well, I mean, Jesus Christ, like, I mean, check to see if I'm wrong. You know.
Yeah.
But so when you understand those things, well, then you can break it down, build it back up. You know, and there you have your understanding. You should be able to go and apply it.
What kind of tea are you drinking?
Black tea. What, you think this is like, it's got something in there?
I didn't say anything. I'm not, yeah.
No assumptions.
Channeling Jung through this tea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, how did you figure out your type, Ben?
So I just saw all the functions that I was using. And yeah, I saw my inferior FE problems for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, you got your type before you got typed, Dave?
I knew I had demon, feminine, FE.
Yeah.
1000%. And then I was also demon sensory.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw a balance on the NI and SE all the time and didn't. I thought I had NI second, but I guess I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can never like lock down in my type. Yeah, because you could just imagine yourself as a different type and then become that type. So I also thought I was an INFP.
Yeah, that's the whole thing too. Yeah, you can confirmation your biases yourself into this stuff, and so it's like you always go into the idea that is this even real? Like, is any of this even real? Are we just deluding ourselves here? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit harder to do it now. It's like trying to make a different hat fit on your head. It's like it's harder for me to do that now than it was before. David Chin sent me the type and we talked about it because I had a lot of type twins, and that's really freaky.
Hey, I gotta go. Thanks for having me up.
Later, man.
Good talking to you guys again.
All right, peace.
Peace.
Later, Jay. Taylor.
Peace. So you guys notice clear similarities in the people that Dave and Shannon have typed
In the twins?
in the twins. Yeah.
The twins.
Yeah. I mean, they're not they're not always right.
Yeah.
by a long shot, but yeah, there's patterns. There's definitely clustering of patterns in type twins.
Yeah, looks or how they talk.
Yeah.
Or what their problems are. It's not all the same, but yeah.
But I mean, how do you know that they aren't biased by those factors too, right? And that's contributing.
I know. Yeah. So there is that. They do take the shortcut on the visual typing sometimes, for sure. They're yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that.
Oh, we've got another conspiracy theorist here. What's going on, buddy?
It feels like a troll.
Hey, what's going on, friends?
Sounds like it.
I like how you identified me as a conspiracy.
I don't know. I don't know. What's your name? Nice to
I
meet
think you hit the nail right on the head. You must be familiar with me. Because Flow State was here, so I know I'm familiar with Flow State, and he
right.
Yeah, he would have told you guys about my conspiracy.
Okay.
He would have warned you guys.
All right, what's your conspiracy? Just get it out in the open. Let's flesh it out.
don't poke the bear. Don't let him start.
Get into your words right now.
Oh no.
Well, you guys are talking about Jung. I could lay some conspiracies about Jung. You know, obviously.
But
there's a
Jung?
lot. Oh yeah, there's a lot about him. You know,
really?
I'm sure you guys are familiar with.
Okay, Jay's gonna have to breathe while you're talking it. He's gonna have to take a deep breath.
I will
listen.
I will listen. I probably know all these too because
okay.
Most likely,
I don't know
yeah.
any of these. I don't. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, which ones do you know, CJ? I'll go off of what you already know. You know.
Well, no. I'm not going to help you here, man. You came in here. You said you had
Him and the other guy.
You had a nice gift for us. Yeah, give us our presents.
Okay, well, here, let me look up this article. Maybe I can find this article because I don't want to speak out of my ass, you know. But yeah, there is some connections between. Well, first of all, you know, I don't know if you guys know Carl Jung was an OSS agent.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
I knew
So
that.
you're familiar with that?
Well, I mean, some say he worked for the CIA, others OSS. I mean.
Well, there was no CIA when the OSS was there, right? The OSS is the precursor to the CIA, right? So.
Well, no, the CIA existed because Jung died in 1961, right? So, yeah, he could have worked for either. He could have worked for both. Actually, probably did work for both.
Right, but I'm specifically talking about during World War II.
But he started back in the OSS before the CIA. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, the office. Yeah, the Office of Strategic Services. Yeah, so that would be the. I guess that would be the starting point for the conspiracies, right? Would be that he was that he was actually you know, a Fed. You know, so that would be, you know, that's very conspiratorial right there. I need not proceed further. You know, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, with Jung, I mean, I do think that they probably. I do believe he built like psychological profiles for them.
Well, it was really Mary, that lady Mary Bancroft, you know, because she was studying Hitler. She wanted to build a psychological profile on Hitler, and she was kind of collaborating with Freud and Jung, going back and forth, and also she's involved with them in an interesting way.
Thanks, David, for asking.
Yeah,
Mary
Hitler's
Bancroft.
an interesting case. He's a very interesting case. Matter of fact, it's one of the most
common. Your conversation now.
I know. I need to take charge of it a little bit more. I don't know what just happened. I think I wasn't even paying attention.
Oh, Ben, I totally forgot where I was with that.
What?
I probably didn't mention that stuff here, right?
No, mention whatever you want. Yeah, let's do it.
Open panel. Yeah.
Open panel.
Whatever's fine.
Okay. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we're giving you more permission to spill your shit.
Pause, and then you clear the floor, and then now he's on. Go ahead.
Well, what other conspiracy theories do you know? Let's leave that one. You know,
it's resolved.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a fact that is either true or not true. Doesn't really.
Yeah, it's not really.
One thing that is true
doesn't
is
really
that
explain anything.
Jung had access to information that none of us will ever have, number one. No one at the time, or very few people at the time, had. he also
Oh yeah, yeah. That's indicative of the fact that he was a spy.
he was also privy to information before it was published, and we know that to be the case because we see the evidence of it. So where like the influence kind of trickled in to his works. So
Yeah, that's another interesting segue is his influence from the Gnostic tradition, right?
yeah,
And from theosophy, in general, and that his views don't seem to be, scientific. I guess that's the ultimate criticism of him. Is that a lot of people would consider it pseudoscience because of its links to theosophy, right? Especially the writings of people like Jans Jonas. I've actually studied theology. I hate to present myself as a conspiracy theorist. I wrote a 400-page book on theology, so it is what it
400.
is.
Are you selling it?
It is what it is. Yeah.
Is it on Amazon or something?
Yeah, and I also study others, other shit like political science and stuff. So I went to university to study that stuff. But I kind of do the conspiracy thing to catch the kind of ears of the people because it's a hot topic today. So you use it as a just like you guys use Jungian typology. I'll use hoaxes and conspiracies, even though it's a basically because a lot of people come in and they have misperceptions about things based on conspiracies. One of the main ones I'm sure you guys are aware of is like anti-Semitic conspiracies. We deal with those ones all the time.
I mean, that's really easy to make. People will just believe those. Those are easy to make.
Yeah, and then obviously there's a bunch of those about Jung and Freud. I don't know if you know this, but Jung actually said that Freud's work is based on his Hasidic ancestry. He actually said that
it's not true. He was very far from all that stuff. Freud.
Yeah, but that was Jung's
using any of that.
Yeah, that was one of Jung's claim was that if you go deep into the Hasidic mindset, that you'll actually discover a lot of the roots for Freud's teachings. But that was his opinion of everyone. That if you go back because they're getting information.
Oh, he's talking about the collective unconscious. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, right. He's referring to back to his theory of racial memory and the collective subconscious. So that was an interesting take on even Freud's work. That Freud is kind of a Hasidic thinker. Which is fascinating. I never heard anybody except for Jung describe it that way.
Freud has become the staple of psychology today. All of the stuff that people disagree with Freud about is all of like the stuff that hasn't been accepted. But all the stuff that has been accepted, we kind of just take for granted that it came from Freud.
Well, a lot of the stuff that we also see too, like terms such as transference and projection and shit like that, like are both like Jungian Freudian terms. So, but it's just giving credit to Freud, which is another conspiracy that everything's giving credit to Freud. And when I was in my undergrad, there was never mention of Jung, ever. Ever. Everything was Freud, Skinner.
Yeah, that's why. That's why I really didn't like it that much because Jung immediately strikes you as more true. It's like you read Freud, you're like, what the shit is this? Then you read Jung, you're like, he hit the nail on the head. Because he's willing to not be, metaphysically, spiritually, and emotionally a eunuch, and so it's totally. Scientism, I hate Freud's sort of scientism,
Well, Freud.
You like the more esoteric stuff, Machine?
Oh yeah.
Science. Yeah, there's no way to turn psychology into a science. Like my studies.
What?
My subject's got to study your subject. So
what? There's no way to turn psychology into a science.
No way.
I think you're right about that.
What?
Okay. Yeah, or anything that has to do with mind. Mind is a thing. Once it has to do with mind, science has to be like mind independent in some way because we're talking about things that you can observe without relying on your perception.
My cognitive psychology book. Hold on.
Yeah.
Well, here's more evidence of it. How far have we come since Jung in psychology? or have we actually regressed?
Well, we've regressed into.
We're coming
Well,
forward. for
We've
sure.
we've
regressed
specialized.
behaviorism is a regression, is a great regression, where they go even a step behind Freud, and even move to a more analytic phase, where
It's
they're
analytic, it's statistical, and it's specialized. So it's more niche. You have like little niche areas of psychology that do specific experiments that can be repeated. So
Oh, those experiments, Ben. You know what you
yeah,
need to do? You need to get Mobile Crisis called on you, okay?
mobile
And then
crisis.
they're gonna take you in, right? They're gonna put you by like a boiler room, right? Whatever, right? And they're gonna put you in a room where basically the bed is bolted to the fucking floor, right? There's like plexi glass over like the TV.
Well, I mean, what about Jordan Peterson? He's all up to date on all that stuff. You ever listen to what he's saying? He's all into the science of psychology.
I know. I listened to Peterson until I realized that, like, Peterson. I don't know how to say this.
Just say it. Just let it out.
At first, you're like, "Wow, this is brilliant," and then you go, "Wait a second, this is actually quite obvious," and it's actually not so brilliant after like maybe the first 10 watches. But that's just my
He's
opinion.
influenced by this guy, this guy A.R. Luria. You guys ever hear about him, about the cognitive mapping and that type of stuff? I don't think that, and also he's really influenced by Piaget.
Yep.
So I think those sources are questionable. I like his stuff about Jung and Nietzsche. I'm a huge proponent of Nietzsche myself.
Yeah.
I think Nietzsche's really like anti-psychology, but I really like him a lot. In terms, Stoicism is like anti-psychology in a way, But
yeah. Well, I mean, thought forms and mindsets and stuff like that is kind of that. It's like that non-science coming in trying to be science and stuff like that that we also see in psychology. I mean, so Ben, just so say if you have like mobile crisis quality, my point to that is that they're going to try the same thing. They're going to try CBT, they're going to try DBT and talk therapy, right? And then here's the thing: if those don't work, they go straight to electroshock therapy.
That's applied psychology, though. That's different than.
No, that is their method. That's their formula.
Yeah.
They follow that formula every fucking.
Oh, and
time,
they used to do lobotomies. That was part of this too. Like,
no,
of course.
but I'm saying that was 100 years ago. The lobotomies, right?
Okay.
So what if they say, hey, we're going to give you like 12 sessions of, electroshock therapy to cure your depression, right? Because they don't want to get to the root of anything. They don't care. Oh, and that's also if the pills don't work and they can't even explain to you how the pills work. Good luck getting a doctor explaining to you how any of that shit works. They have no fucking idea.
I mean, that's physiology. That's not their.
It's not a science at all. It's not even close to a science. You can't measure shit.
Okay. All right. That's an opinion.
I'm being aggressive. I'm not.
No, it's an opinion. You're allowed to have an opinion. It's okay.
But yeah. I'll bump it down a few notches.
No, it's all good.
I get passionate about this stuff. I've had so many arguments with those people. It's but yeah.
I'm trying to look him up. There's this one philosopher that they were arguing with. So he was talking about psychology from a completely subjective perspective. And the physicist came down on him because he was talking about time, but he wasn't talking about time the way time is in a physics sense. He was talking about it how it is on a cognitive sense, how we experience time.
Bergson?
Is that his name? I think so.
I love Henry Bergson.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know Henry Bergson.
Yeah, Bergson is one.
Yeah,
a great one. Yeah, I read Creative Evolution. It's a great work by Bergson. Arguing against Einstein.
Yeah, but he was. So that was the thing. He wasn't arguing against physics and Einstein. He was just arguing that this might be a way physics experiences time, but we cognitively experience time differently. Yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah,
put
that
hat on.
Yeah, I think it began a lot of things in philosophy of mind. And I think Bergson is a real thing, and his kind of influence from C.S. Peirce. I think that's a great kind of understanding, and how those tie into Jung, because actually Freud actually met William James. He came to America and met William James. And William James was obviously a very brilliant person. I probably would say that William James kind of started like psychology right in the 1800s. Kind of the foundational concepts. And also in the Will to Believe, you have kind of an interesting epistemology, I think, presented there that's kind of going off of the pragmatism of C.S. Peirce that kind of allows them to develop the whole science of psychology, because as you said, it's not neat like a science. It's more like the pragmatism of C.S. Lewis using these a kind of theories like abduction and those sort of things.
Yeah.
Jay, how are you speaking the same language as this guy? This is cool. I like this.
Well, the thing that I realized with Bergson, I kind of like integrate into my model, is that it seems like what he's trying to explain, at least in my mind, is a synthesis between extroverted perception and introverted perception. So it's like an eternal, or like a unified field of now that you're where the past is ever present. It's like, so
yeah, that's the interesting part of Jung. Yeah, because he presupposes this concept of a universal mind, through this theory, through the theory of archetypes, and that's when he really gets into kind of like, I guess pseudoscience. He's getting into, like a proto-philosophical concept, basically, which is, to presuppose universal mind. I mean, that could mean many things. You could also presuppose, telepathy and precognition as a replacement for those two things. And they have been proposed at the places like Institute of Noetic Sciences and stuff like that. They do propose those things as a sort of, alternative explanation for archetypes. And now I'm getting really into the, crazy stuff, But that's what I said. It goes with the territory, so it's a really
I mean, there's nothing wrong with checking telepathy and testing it scientifically, but after a certain amount of time, you got to call it quits and be like, okay, this isn't the thing.
Well, then what is the thing, though, right?
Right.
Like, okay, all right. Never mind. I just won't talk.
Because you could just go full Plato, and there's Platonists today. So they make sense, and I think
that's your opinion, but yes.
Well, I think they make a lot more sense than scientists,
Okay.
Yeah, dualism, dualism makes 10 million times more sense than a physicalist, naturalist, monistic position. That doesn't account for mind at all. So you can't even account for mind. So good luck doing psychology anymore. What I mean? In my opinion, so at least you have to account for mind. So I mean, if you don't at least begin with dualism,
I got you.
Try to collapse dualism from within, like Bergson did, then you can't even move forward.
Yeah. It's funny because like when you talk like this to actual doctors,
I know.
They start backing up so quick. Like,
I know. That's why.
Yeah, I gotta hurry, man. I gotta hurry. I have another patient.
I know. That's why. I mean, my dad's a doctor, so that's what it is. That's how he talks to me, and so is my mom, So I think so. I think I was talking. I mean, actually, a lot of my dad's friends are doctors as well. So they're very intellectually savvy. So they like to discuss these topics. And if I'm sitting around with one of them, my dad just starts rolling his eyes. So you're like this guy. I think somebody asked. I mean, I think one of his friends said, even if the AI realizes it's conscious, it won't know that it's thinking. So even if it becomes conscious, there's no way for it to realize that it's conscious, so it won't be self-aware. And I think my dad said, I'm done with this conversation. Said, I'm gonna go over there to the next room. You guys are crazy, batshit crazy.
No, we accept it here. You can keep talking about AI and if it's conscious.
Yeah, I'm
Thanks,
trained in
David.
philosophy, so it is what it is. You know, I'm just trained in philosophy, so philosophy and political science. So I don't study science, but psychology
Yeah.
and stuff.
Ben, what do you think? Are you afraid of AI?
No, not at all.
I know,
The,
right?
the name is the machine. I'm the main issue on my channel is against technology. So
I see.
I'm
Okay.
yeah. So I'm an anti.
No, I'm not. I'm not afraid of it.
anti-tech
It's like a tool. It's a tool to be used and misused. Up to us. Yeah. I think you can pretty much overthrow an entire country if you had a good AI and you had a good computation behind it and connected it to somehow connected it to the country infrastructure. You can get it to do some stuff. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's
Today, but and that's until you have the AI defenders that are there to sort of watch for that kind of thing. Yeah. It's just
well, it's purely following like logic and reason. Like it doesn't have the irrationality necessary to actually make it dangerous, right? Because really, what ends up getting people
that's
is
what makes it dangerous. Okay, so if you want to talk about it getting dangerous, that's what makes it dangerous. It's so hyper rational, it'll fixate on whatever goal you gave it to the destruction of everything else. That's what makes it dangerous for sure.
Okay, I understand that point. I think the thing is it's easy to break that though, because the second you do something it doesn't expect, it breaks down.
So the one example I heard was, let's say you make an AI to collect stamps. You want it to be a stamp collecting AI. You connect it to Amazon, all that kind of stuff. And then it's like, okay, well, the stamps in the world aren't enough. I need to be able to start producing my own stamps. So it starts doing a side hustle, making this mega corporation. And then all of the money and all of the resources of the entire world get funneled into a stamp creation factory so that it can collect stamps. It's like, okay, let's think about what are we actually creating? What is the purpose of this thing?
Wait a second, Ben. wait a second. Nothing would do that. Nothing intelligent would do that.
Well, that's what AI is, though. AI is designed to achieve some kind of goal, right, through these feedback loops, and then
intelligence,
right, and its intelligence is goal oriented. Yeah.
Well, we made it goal oriented. I mean, right. So we're worried about it working to its ends, its goals, right?
We're not worried about it. It's just if you give it a goal, you have to be careful what you wish for, sort of thing. Yeah, just be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you ask it to do.
Well, anytime I've asked AI to do anything, it fucks it up.
Oh, in the ChatGPT stuff, yeah.
ChatGPT. What's the other ones? I mean, they're honestly fucking.
Yeah. That's like a very specific type of AI. That's a language model. But yeah.
Yeah, I get it's a language model. I get it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm not worried about it. And the thing too is, if it became hyper intelligent, like far beyond us, wouldn't it just look at us in the same way that we look at ants, where it's like, why would I bother with these drones? Like off to do my own things.
They'll move out of our way.
Yeah.
Also, like with AI, like we're going to see it evolve. So like in 5 years, we're still going to be like, okay, it's just AI, and in 10 years, whenever the new stuff comes out, it's going to be like a slow progression. But some people can like jump to like, holy shit, AI 50 years in the future, it's going to be so different. It's like a lot of stuff in the world is going to be a lot different.
It will be a slow progression, but it's going to have jumps every time it progresses. Like a new innovation is going to.
I compare it to like the CPU, like the storage, like how they had said like it would like double every year. I forget what that was called.
Yeah, so this is going to be different. This is going to be a bit different because. Like right now, the whole new thing with the ChatGPT, right? Like that's like a benchmark. Once you get these benchmarks, and now you just add more and more computing power to this benchmark, It's like it's another step in the direction. So I think that's what we're going to see is like you're going to see these benchmarks happen. What
Yeah.
you really want to look at are the people that are doing the active inference modeling and stuff like that. That's gonna
What? Tell me more about the active inference model.
like they're merging psychology and AI together.
Yeah.
That is one of the dangers, I think, from the outset, and I think
Right.
you could see it in cybernetics and actually in behavior psychology. You know, in the outset of behavioral psychology, you know, especially in the Macy's conference report. You know, you have the whole I mean, especially with Gregory Bateson, you know, in his work Ecology of Mind. You know, he's drawing from ideas like Bergson and stuff like that, and he's talking about the link between psychology and I mean artificial intelligence. Actually, when they first created artificial intelligence, they wanted to create an externalized model of how a human brain works. That's how they actually got into it. So they actually,
The neuron. They started with the neuron, not the brain. But yes, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, precisely. They looked at a brain, and then they looked at a neuron, and then they tried to reverse engineer that. You know, so it was a reverse engineering of the basic elements of mind that, as they understood it. If you actually look at Gregory Bateson, his understanding of what a single unit of mind is and what information is within a system is actually very much parallel, and it's a fascinating science how behaviorism is linked to the outset of the study of AI, especially in that Macy's conference report. You know, that's where
So-
because
Yeah. So this is something that is distrustful. I don't know if I'm scared of it, but I'm distrustful of it. It's because like when you see a person and they're thinking, you could see on their face what's happening in their mind.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
That's a
Whereas
good
like
point.
with AIs, you can completely misrepresent that, and this is a good example of that. It's well done the way they were able to do this, but here, let's see.
Look over there.
Like they made it cute on purpose. They made it all of its behaviors are cute on purpose. Yeah. Just like how it could be misrepresenting what's actually going on. Like it's acting.
Sure, but like,
And
why
then you
should
can
we?
project onto it cuteness, yeah.
But why should we be
Innocence.
afraid of something that like waddles like a goose and is what 2 feet tall?
So apply that to other places is what I'm saying.
It isn't armed, dude.
No, okay, all right, okay, fine, whatever. All right.
No,
I'm not saying be afraid of it. I'm just
Yeah.
that's where I would distrust that sort of thing. Like if you were able to get a visual representation of what the process is happening underneath the surface,
I
it
get
would
what
be
you're
more
saying.
yeah.
I get your point because
Yeah, yeah.
that's something that we do always, especially when there's a new person. We're looking at their eyes, we're looking at the expression of their face. Can I trust this person? Right?
Mhm.
Can't do that with a machine.
Mhm.
So that's a really good point. I mean, then again, it's like we trust machines to do surgery, we trust whatever and stuff like that. But those are also operated by human beings. But I mean, supposedly these are still going to be operated by human beings. It's not sentient, right? Even though what's his face believes that they are, which is fucking hilarious.
Who believes that they're sentient?
Altman. It's like
that
he said it multiple
that is
times.
that is an interesting point, and I think that that is one of the main problems. I think that you know it's not you know we could argue here till the cows come home about philosophy of mind and to what degree you know we assign awareness to machines, right? And ultimately the debate is going to come down to panpsychism because we don't understand what a single unit of mind actually entails. So we don't understand what thoughts and mind are. We don't have a constructive philosophy of mind that we can hold up as a standard, to apply to machines or plants even. We don't even have one that can apply to plants and bacteria. So
Oh
so
my
successful.
God.
What mind
Yeah,
do they
so-
have though?
Oh, the collective. Okay, so the collective intelligence around us is like way beyond what we can understand, and yet we overlook that all the time.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
it-
yeah.
it-
I agree.
yeah. So
Yeah, I agree.
that's a whole.
But ultimately,
What happened?
what's wrong? But yeah, I think ultimately it's gonna be an issue about the attitude of the people, like you said, like Altman, who are developing these things. Like Marvin Minsky, and also Ben Goetzel. They kind of said how these things are successor intelligence. How we're developing AI as a successor intelligence. And if they
Yeah.
actually believe that, if they're going full transhumanism and they actually believe that, then they're misanthropes. They think that, humanity should be superseded, and anybody with that type of belief who's developing something, I think we should be wary of a person like that from an ethical standpoint. That why are we allowing such a person to have lots of resources instead of cleaning up monkey shit at the zoo, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure.
So we should just control them and throw them in a zoo, make them clean up monkey poop.
Well, I'm not giving any recommendations. I am but a man, right? But
yeah.
but I would, I mean, I would really question the, quote unquote psychology of somebody who openly is developing the next stage of human evolution and then calling it the successor intelligence.
Yeah.
I mean,
what is their what's their motive?
But what if he actually does, pull something off and bring some interesting technology out of it because of that? It will be what it will be. Like, it doesn't matter what he says it will be. He can try for that, and
that's precisely the point. It won't be what he says it's going to be.
Exactly.
For sure.
Exactly. Right. It'll be
but maybe he'll still develop something on this fairy dream. That's how all of these stuff starts.
Yeah, that takes us to a much more fundamental point about ethics and innovation. How ethical is technological innovation? And one might argue, for instance, that all sort of technological innovation escapes ethical boundaries, because once something is made, we simply have to deal with the consequences of what to do with it next, because we're not predicting who's inventing something.
That's always the question, is how do you apply it? Like, are you going to make a nuclear bomb or a nuclear power plant?
Exactly. So to me, these questions are inconsequential. It all deals with the ethical parameters of it, and how we're willing to apply certain things. And that's where I think that human beings are going to have to make serious decisions, and the first decision is going to be regulation. How are we to regulate such a extremely something that takes hundreds of experts to even develop or manage, to affect that they were actually talking about with the Sam Altman.
It's a black box
AI
too. Nobody knows what's going on in the black box.
Yeah, exactly. On the Sam Altman AI hearing, they talked about creating a comparable agency like that manages nuclear energy, to managing AI. So that's pretty serious right there. That's like a new addition, a bureaucratic arm.
So I would trust that. That's like an AI doing surgery. I would trust it. Like, if it was designed to manage a power plant, and like that's the whole purpose of this AI, then that would be. I would trust that over a human, because humans make mistakes.
I would not trust it one
a power plant. No, because we already have AI. AI's hallucinating data. Now what happens if they
do that on purpose? Yeah.
Start a war based on metadata. You know what I mean?
Right. Which it will do that.
But a power plant is different than, if its whole purpose is to make sure the power plant runs smoothly and doesn't melt down.
Right, but you need to maintain a balance, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And first off, human beings have a fear of death, right? That can't be programmed into a machine. The machine doesn't give a fuck, right?
Humans still do dangerous stuff that kills themselves. The fear of death doesn't always stop us.
That's going to be
It
the
does.
argument. It's going to be. Do you want Homer Simpson sitting there with the big red button? And
I would rather have an
Obviously,
AI than Homer Simpson, to be honest with
you
you.
know, everybody's gonna, sign on to it stupidly.
It's the same thing. Like, people are probably going to look back on this time in history and be like, how did they drive their own cars? Like, isn't that dangerous? Yeah, it's dangerous. Yeah, lots of people are dying all the time because we were driving our own cars back now. Yeah.
Well, I mean, come on, Ben. Like, I mean, do you have a self-driving car?
No, not yet. But I mean, once
Why
that
not?
stuff becomes
Why
standard, I
not?
think it would be dangerous to let humans drive cars again.
But no, but why not? Why don't you just
Because
let them
the
go?
technology's not there. It's not affordable. It's not regulated. But as soon
Okay.
as, like,
Okay.
as soon as a country is like, okay, in 5 years, all cars in this country must be self-driving cars.
Yeah. What do you think
And
that
then all of
self-driving
their-
car is going to do in a police chase? Right?
What police chase? It's self-driving. It's going to just pull itself over.
I mean, the real danger. I mean, it's obvious that they're gonna have fully automated, armed sex robots. Why not? Because
that's obvious that's coming. Yeah, that's where the
yeah,
money's
because
gonna
the
be.
fact is, because the fact is that once somebody created pharmacogenomics, they immediately applied it. It's like
So that's the same thing
created-
as this. Like, it's just acting out a behavior that it was programmed to act out. What's going on under the surface is it's trying to act out this behavior. That's it. It's very dishonest. So that's what's going to happen with all of these robots. And
yeah. Well, we know this. So why are we going ahead with it? Is the big question.
It's that Kali urge.
No, it's
the death urge. Like
it's if you don't do it, someone else will, and you might as well be the one to do it. That's why people go ahead with it. It's the train's already left the station. You're either on the train or you're getting left behind.
I mean, I understand. And I mean, I'm kind of on that train too, where it's like, okay, well, fine. It's got to end sometime. I get that. But I could also say I think it's stupid as hell along the way.
Sure. Yeah. No one's telling you can't.
So.
In the meantime, when you turn 80 and something is going to take care of you, you're going to be like, oh, thank God something's doing my dishes for me.
I'm not going to make it to 80. None of us are.
All right.
I'm telling you right now. No, I'm serious. We will not be here for a live stream in 21. I can't do the math. Whatever. Okay. We won't be here. None of us.
40 years. In 40 years.
Yeah.
40 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we still won't be here.
No?
I don't think so.
I'm planning on being here. That'd be nice.
Actually, well, I think in 40 years, it'd be right up to the point where it's about the end. But
it's about the end? You think there's an end?
Well, no, there's an end for us.
And then what's the new beginning? What our end is the beginning for what?
Well, everything happens. Everything's cyclical, right? So, I mean, there might be some of us left over. We revert back to the Stone Age.
All right, so then come to my stream.
Find this technology. We'd scribble some hieroglyphics on it. We wouldn't understand it, whatever. We'd get credit for it later on, designing it, right? Like, those Egyptians built the pyramids, Why would a people, right, take all that time and all that precision, right, to build
You're messing
like
with me,
and then
right?
scribble on the inside of it, like graffiti it? Come on, use your head.
You're messing with me, right?
No, I'm not messing with you.
You're being serious here?
I'm being totally serious.
Okay.
Absolutely.
CJ, you gotta change your camera back.
Well, okay. Well, I gotta plug this in. So either I leave, which might be a good idea, or
no, don't leave.
You can figure out another way.
Am I upside down or sideways?
You're sideways. You're sideways. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at you like.
Oh, okay. Well, want me to turn my camera off? I could do that. Hold on. I'll figure something out. Well, the problem is, they got it plugged in from the bottom,
Oh, you need to charge it at the same time.
Yeah.
He's got it plugged in.
Right.
That's why they got those holders with like the little hole at the bottom. Yeah, it wasn't properly designed to make the plug at the bottom.
No, it was designed so you had to buy something else. That's basically.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
But I'll hold it. I'll hold it. I got it in.
Yeah.
No, but yeah. Sorry about the doomsday prediction, but I just
No,
think
you're fine doomsday predicting. I don't mind.
Yeah. Can't help but think that. I don't know. So you guys think it's going to be like a utopia, or
I'm not going to speak for David. What do you think it's going to be?
No. Yeah, definitely not a utopia. Yeah.
I think there's a threshold coming soon where we're going to have a choice to either grow or die. And I
Right.
think we're going to make the right choice. I think we're going to grow.
Ben, after a certain point, we're not going to understand like what this is giving us, even if it's trying to help us. So it's like,
what, AI?
Really, what's the point? I mean, after a certain point, we're limited in our capacity to adapt as quickly as we need to, right? So, I mean,
that's very stuck mindset, but sure.
How's it a stuck mindset? Okay, so you look at, say, your parents, right, and stuff like that. You give them new technology, what, they pick it up the next day? No, they can't. They can't, right?
But that's why we have new generations. Yeah, that's why I'm not going to be here when that stuff happens.
Right. But in all that time, right? So let's say we're dependent on this generation to come, which, by the way, will be half the size of the generation before it and half the size of that generation, etc. Right?
Yeah, it's funny because the whole childbirth thing, the people are pushing it now, and the young people are rejecting it even more because it's being pushed so much.
Well,
yeah.
What childbirth thing?
That we're just so like humanity is a pyramid scheme, right? Like if you want to retire, you need to have a whole bunch of people working to allow you to retire. And if the generations, you keep getting less and less people, we're going to need robots to help us retire. Like there's no way out of it unless we get more people quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that and here's another kind of conspiratorial angle, is the Julian Huxley, how he kind of invented this word, transhumanism. And a lot of people don't know that. And he also invented Planned Parenthood, and he was kind of a thinker about, going beyond humanity. And you read Samuel Butler, Darwin Among the Machines, even in the 1800s, they have this concept of us merging with these machines, and
Neuralink.
Yeah, and this kind of idea, that this is the next stage in evolution, ultimately, one of the things that was proposed by this idea of Julian Huxley and Planned Parenthood was this dysgenics. He believed that there should be global measures, and so did Bertrand Russell, that there should be global measures, that society should be literally run through the needle.
Would you ever get a Neuralink?
Would
installed
I get
in your
one?
brain?
No, I wouldn't get any invasive technologies.
No,
ever. Yeah.
I wouldn't get the first generation one. I wouldn't trust that. But I think like third generation, I would get a Neuralink for sure.
I don't carry the cell phone with me.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't carry the cell phone. Yeah.
Would you get a Neuralink, David?
Yeah, I'd say somewhere around there. Yeah.
Third generation?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't do a first generation. That's a bit too risky.
I actually probably would if it gave me an advantage, like a very clear advantage. I would.
Yeah.
Right.
It will. It will. That's the point.
Well, then, yeah, sign me up.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be willing to take that risk. I actually think that's a good risk to take. So.
What's the AI question?
Yeah, I don't think you have to punish AI. You just, reprogram it. You fix it, whatever is wrong with it.
If it hurts someone. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Like if it's trying to get stamps, like what you were saying earlier.
Right.
If the AI wanted to get stamps, it might have to, break into somebody's house and start stealing people's stamps.
Right.
Human gets in the way. Human tries to stop them, and has to hurt
It
them.
has to get the stamps. That's its goal. Yeah.
Yeah. Ben, how are we going to sue a robot? How are we going to? What we
Yeah.
got? Robot?
Oh, I mean, I
person?
was thinking about that too with like the self-driving. Like, what if a cop pulls you over and you're like, I wasn't driving.
It was the
But,
robot.
like, yeah, it was a robot. But like the whole law is okay. You still need a human. Like today with self-driving cars, you still need a human in the driver's seat to override it.
Are
at all
you going to
times.
be responsible for the robot's actions?
You, as the
that's
human,
what's
you can
coming.
always override it, so you're responsible for it. If you see it doing something wrong, you're supposed to grab the wheel.
Well, you got to pay attention to your robot 24/7. The
If
robot
you're
don't
driving,
need,
you got to
it
pay
doesn't
attention to
need
the road 24/7.
No, but the robot
Yeah.
doesn't need to sleep. The robot doesn't need to eat.
You mean
The robot doesn't
outside of
need
the
to-
road? You mean outside of the road? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
like, look at the thing walking around like a goose. How do I know that thing isn't going to pick up a gun and accidentally shoot someone? Right. And then I'm going to be responsible for it because I took my eye off it for a second.
Well, I mean, if you went to court and they were like, yeah, I know I owed her a lot of alimony and my robot killed her, but it wasn't my fault. I didn't program it. I'm not responsible for this robot.
the robot like alibi. Yeah.
You know, like you're already crafting that narrative there, the robot alibi. I'm not going to take responsibility for it if it just picks up a gun and shoots somebody.
Yeah.
How do we courtship AI? How does it affect the law? What are the laws made around it? I think the machine lies knows. He'd be against
The machine lies.
He'd be against them for sure.
It's
He'd
gonna
be like,
it really is. You know what's going to become like? Things are going to be way more absurd in the future than they even are now, and things are so absurd.
Things are pretty
everything's
absurd,
gonna be like the last episode of Jerry Seinfeld. That's what's gonna be.
That's a good analogy.
Yeah, I watched the Curb Your Enthusiasm finale yesterday, and
I haven't seen that
the
show.
same- It's the
Same idea.
It's about Larry David, and it's literally just Seinfeld, but Larry David's the main character.
Yeah.
And then the last episode is the same as that Seinfeld, that last episode. They just go through all the shit that he did and all the people that pissed him off. They're in a court of law because he gave someone a glass of water. So yeah, that's a Seinfeld episode for you.
Yeah.
I like his profile, his background, and then how the smoke like makes his body form.
Yeah.
Looks like he's Jesus.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this background is from Invader Zim, the cartoon, the famous cartoon from Nickelodeon.
Look at it.
Yeah, he creates a robot hamster. I think it's a robot gerbil or something like that. It's a hilarious scene. But yeah,
I like the artwork of it. It's funny.
Yeah,
Dude,
yeah,
are
he's
you
very
wearing, dude, let me ask you a question, man. Are you wearing a disguise, or is that like your normal? I'm not trying to insult you.
No, people think this beard is fake, but this is my real beard.
Yeah, props to that. That's well done. Yeah,
dude,
Good
that's
job, buddy.
great.
Yeah, I got a pretty
Yeah.
long beard. Yeah, it's actually you could pull on it. It's
Dude,
actually
you
real.
look like
Yeah.
a cross between Jerry Garcia and Jim Morrison, like LA Woman. Like what the?
I never seen that, but yeah, yeah. I'll
You don't know
trust
Jerry
you.
Garcia? You don't know?
No, that's too old. That's too old for me. Yeah.
You getting jealous over there, David?
What?
Hippie stuff, you know.
Oh, okay.
Hey man, can you like send me some of that? Send it over.
Some of that hair, yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting jealous.
That really is impressive. My God.
Yeah, I got
Shit.
these. I could give you one of these. You know, just you could take it
dreadlocks.
apart. And
Bro,
use it,
like,
you know.
Looks good on you. Yeah.
dude,
One of the
like-
dreads.
that's right. Wow.
Yeah. Well, this is how we looked back in the day, you know, the Indians, you know, this is how, before they had haircuts and things, so
Yeah.
so it is,
They didn't have combs back then. Yeah.
Yeah, if you go to India, there's those the devotees of Shiva, the
Oh, you're
Charas- Yeah.
okay. Your Indian background. You have an
Yeah.
Indian background. Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes sense that your dad's a doctor and your mom's a doctor.
Exactly.
Oh,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's so bad.
No, it's true. It's true. It's
It's
true.
true,
They wanted me
yeah.
to be a doctor too. Yeah. Yeah, they wanted me to be a doctor too. You know?
Right, right.
Yeah, that's why I'm a black sheep of the family, is because I'm not a doctor. I'm a philosopher. It's big no, you know. And obviously, if you call yourself a philosopher too, you can't call yourself that. You know, people say that's a joke. You know, so I say I study philosophy. You know what I mean, right? You know, you
You're a
have to say that.
philosopher.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
it's not a job. It's not a job description.
It's not a job, no.
Right.
Yeah,
And your
because
parents are practitioners, so aren't they
yeah, because
engaged in a philosophy too?
no. You know, Socrates was homeless. You know, and then they say you know, I think it was Madison either Madison or Hamilton who said if that you know, if every Athenian was a Socrates, then all of Athens would be a mob. You know, so you know, there's my political side. You know, I call myself an anti-philosopher. You know, because I'm a cynic. You know, the brand of philosophy I follow is cynicism. You know,
Okay, here's a question for you. If you made a robot inside a store and it tried to leave, would it have to pay for itself?
I mean, I mean, if it already left, you know,
Would it be arrested for stealing?
I mean, to me, the whole question, because they had these AI art, you know, competitions where people produce art based off of AI, you know.
Yeah.
So the whole question became, you know, who actually, you know, produced the art. You know, should the award go to the AI or the person who programmed the AI? You know, or
Maybe yeah.
so you know, I think ultimately it's so far to the people who programmed it, right? But I think once, you know, you know, because you know,
Or they
AI,
got the training data from someone.
Well,
Yeah,
you
that's one of the questions. Is like, if you do all the training data, like let's say you take all the Led Zeppelin songs and you use that as your training data, then you can generate new Led Zeppelin songs.
yeah, or it's like,
Where does the
you got, like,
credit go to?
different batches of LSD, and somebody had a good trip and a bad trip. It's more like that. You know what I mean? Right?
Okay.
It's even more subjective. You know, because
Well,
you know, it's more
I mean, Led
personalized.
Zeppelin's a brand. You know, it's a brand. So, I mean, but we are co-creators. So, for example, like if I prompt the AI to produce this picture and it happens to be something that I can sell, well, then I created the picture. I own the picture. Just because someone created the model doesn't mean that they own the picture, right?
Yeah.
Or is it like Bitcoin mining, where it's like, you know, let's say one day you can have AI create a movie for you, right? So you're like, I want to make a movie with this and star this person and do all this stuff, right? So it does the movie and it turns out crap. Most of it's going to turn out crap. But if you have everyone around the world doing that over and over again, every so often you're going to come up with this badass Matrix movie, and you're going to be like, hey, check this out. So it's like, okay, you mined that movie from the AI. You actually got it, so you should get some credit for that.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good
that's a good way of
analogy. I
looking
think
at it.
that's how it should work. That's the only way it could work.
Well, it's not really working out that great, and I'll tell you why. Is because in the generative AIs, they already have these watermark things that let you know when an image was doctored up and what tools were used to doctor it up. Right.
Yeah.
So in order to decide whether the image that you're looking at is a hoax,
And that doesn't have to be there, yeah. And you can pay to bypass that.
What do you mean?
You can get like a subscription to bypass that watermark image or whatever. It doesn't have to be there. The watermark is something they added on.
No, what I'm saying is no, what I'm saying is that once you make an image with AI, right, you could trace back to see which programs were used to create that image, so that if a fake image is used or made as a hoax, you need AI to determine if it's a hoax. You see the problem there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a huge problem. So much so that they're already training kids in school to realize hoax AI images. You know, so
yeah.
So this is a really so it's a really big problem already starting about these, you know, hoax images, you know, that are made by the AIs.
Also bad.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, I mean, it's I mean, it's a problem of authority at the end of the day, and a problem of, and you know, the problem is not going to be that people are creating fake images. It's going to be that people are doubting real ones. You know, at the end of the day, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
that
already
makes
happening.
sense to
I
me
agree.
too. And again,
I don't think it's worse here.
this creation is just going to be a direct reflection of us, and that is scary in of itself. So, kind of is
I
where
mean, there was that funny one where they trained an AI on Twitter to do tweets because they wanted something to start doing tweets and getting a lot of followers, and then it just ended up being racist and using the N
Yeah.
word and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, for
all right,
sure.
okay, it was trained off of tweets. Yep, that makes sense to me. That is a toxic space.
Yeah.
Well, it lets you know right away, and look at what's allowed on Twitter today. Right, it's not an accident. Maybe it was more perceptive in picking up, you know, some underlying pattern that was being cultivated on Twitter. You know that, you know, because if you look on Twitter today, it's literally the one place where alt-right and white nationalism and all of that stuff is actually allowed.
I mean,
You
that's
know,
not a
so,
live feed. What are you interested in? What's going on?
No, I'm not
well,
saying that.
well, I'm
I'm
talking
not
about.
saying that.
Well,
I'm just joking.
well,
It's all good.
I'm saying that
I'm
you
not there.
know. Well, I'm just saying, like the highly I mean, a publicized national issue with the Nick Fuentes and Kanye West and then Tucker Carlson and the ADL, and then Elon Musk had the ADL on there, you know, and then they had this whole conflict there. You know, I mean, I just think that was, you know, huge, and it was the only place where that happened. And then they're talking about developing alternative media, and
Do you
I
think you
think
could get to
that
know somebody by their recommendations?
Yeah.
you know, look at how, I mean, people are being you know, I mean, people's ideologies are being crafted by an algorithm. You know,
Well,
like today, like in
yes
real
and no,
time.
yeah.
It's a chicken and the egg thing, though. Yeah, you're crafting the algorithm. You're giving it your preferences. It's spitting it back to you.
Not always, because not all of the material on there is going to be reflective of you personally, right? Most of it's going to be developed by people that most likely you'll never meet and are involved in doing things that you'll never be able to do. Like, for example, look at, I mean, I don't know how many people are watching this particular broadcast, you know,
9 people.
or
9?
stream.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, or
two
live.
of them are me.
Yeah, I mean, I did one last night, and there's 50 people watching. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not bragging or anything, but it's just that, you know, it's like, you know, what are these people watching for? You know, many of them are, you know, I would imagine not really there by choice. You know, a lot of them are just there because they watch Flow State or something like that. You know, and
No,
you
that's
know,
about normal for my streams is about 10 people. Like,
yeah.
but for this kind of thing, for the Hangouts, it's about 10 people. It's not, you know, this isn't supposed to be interesting to the masses. This is just supposed to be something just to chill and hang out, and if people want to join.
Yeah, I'm just here to do some work and learning and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, it just seems to me, if I had to guess, that the people that kind of frequent my channel and some of the people that don't, you know, they're meant to be there, or they were guided there by an algorithm. You know,
Yeah, they were guided there by an
They
algorithm.
definitely were. They definitely
Yeah.
were. Yeah.
You know, it's very clear to me that I wasn't responsible for like getting those people there. You know, like I wasn't I didn't like tell 50 people like about my show, and then you know, like say I told like 75 people and like 50 of them liked what I was saying and they showed up to my show. That's not what happened. You know, you know, so why are they there? And then if you look at the chat, you know, the last time it was like 5 a.m. in the morning, and and I had one chatter and there was 30 people watching. So you're telling me that out of these 30 people, only one person is engaged with the content here, right? And you know, that doesn't even make sense. You know, who are these 30 people? You know, what do they want from me at 5 a.m. in the morning? You know what I mean? Right?
That's
You
actually
know,
that the way you put that, it makes a lot of sense. It's actually kind of startling.
scary, you know, to me.
Yeah. What the
Like,
fuck are
like,
people
like,
here for?
like it's not exactly a good thing that, that 30 people are
Yeah.
watching me at 5 a.m. in the morning, you know,
Right,
because
right.
infamy is as good as fame today. You know, infamy is as good as fame.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, you know, it has the power. Look at Donald Trump, you know, I mean, you know, people
He's got
call
more
him,
than 50 people watching though.
yeah, people call him Hitler, and it makes him more popular. That's what I'm looking at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's this interesting dynamic where you can undercut, you know, people's ideology, right?
Well, what channel do you have, man? Like, I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, you can plug it.
Well, it's the same name here, the Machine Lives. You know.
Okay, there you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay. I already have an idea what it's about then. Yeah. Okay. No,
Yeah,
I'll
the
definitely check it out. I'm already on watch list anyway. So,
Yeah, philosophy of technology is our main issue, and then we talk about
There you go.
theology and politics and stuff. So some
So
of the
what are you
first-
on about theology and politics? Maybe I'll jump on your channel every so often.
We just did a lot of shows on Black Hebrew Israelites. I don't know if you're familiar with. Yeah, so we'll be
Yeah, I
doing
know
one
them.
on Saturday. We're doing a 420 show. So yeah, Black Hebrew Israelites and their theory, kind of debunking their theory, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got into a confrontation with one of them, and then we had lots of panel discussions where people argued about the Bible. It's like doom and gloom, you know, a lot of conspiratorial stuff. So,
Okay. All right.
you know, so yeah, people, you know, it's you know, if you ask Flow State, it's very contentious on my show. You know, so I actually try to foster conflict and chaos.
I see.
You know, so yeah, I try to create that if I can. You know, a controversy, chaos, you know, conflict. You know, within a reasonable scope, as long as you know the old women and the kids don't, you know, get insulted and stuff. You know, then
I'm doing a
I
bad
start
job
pulling
at-
people away. I go,
Here.
you know, a certain sense of decorum I like to have, but
Yeah.
but you know,
Do
within
you
reason.
recommend that for every channel, or that's just your thing, the fostering conflict thing?
Oh, I don't recommend it for anybody. This,
No?
yeah, I
So
don't.
why are you
recommend
doing it
anybody.
intentionally?
I think it's just because I have a sort of ideological background, I guess, you know, that's you know, like I was under the tutelage of Dr. Skrbina. You know, he wrote a book called Technological Slavery, you know, this book right here, you know, with the Unabomber, you know,
we
I
can't
can't
see
really
it.
put that. Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
Okay, here, hold on. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah, technological. Well, this is kind of a glare, but yeah, Technological
Yeah, I see.
Slavery by Ted Kaczynski. You know, and so we got into that topic about anti-technology there at University of Michigan, and yeah, other controversial issues. So that was kind of how I started. So I kind of started a channel, you know, so it's basically the Kaczynski channel. So you can
Oh
tell
my
it's gonna
God,
have some it's gonna be conflict there, you know, but
you call it the Kaczynski channel, dude?
well,
Way to
That's
I
essentially what
mean,
it is
target
behind
on
it.
your back.
well, I mean, in terms of like, here's the argument by Kaczynski. Here's what's going on in the world. Here's like MK Ultra. Here's like conspiracies. Here's like the theological scope of the world, and then I add into it the whole debate on scientism versus
I gotta tell you, you're way more level-headed than most conspiracy theorists. Just to say, just gotta
Way
say.
more.
Well, that's because I'm thinking of it from a hoax level, you know. So I'm thinking of the conspiracy itself as a hoax, but you know, perpetually, you know, or
That's
potentially,
smart.
yeah. So yeah,
That's really smart.
yeah.
Well, man,
Thank you guys.
you know, I don't know. Should we meet this time next year to make sure this guy's still here?
This guy is still going to be here. We don't even need to meet. But if you want to meet, I'm here. Yeah, I'll be here.
Yeah, I think I'll be here, but I don't know.
This is a good point here for the AI. If an animal kills somebody, the owner of the animal is held responsible.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
that does. Yeah, that does still happens.
But for AI, like if an AI kills somebody, the owner of the AI should be responsible.
Yes, the same thing in the Bible. If your wife commits a crime, you get charged for your wife's crime. So
I don't recall seeing that, but
oh yeah, it was a rule
okay.
until the 1900s, basically. In most European society.
Oh, in European societies, okay.
Yeah. If you
got to control your wife. Can't let
Yeah.
her go and kill people.
Yeah.
Wasn't it also your children? Because they looked at it as you were the
No, this is still now.
ruler.
If your children vandalize something, it's your fault. Like you're in charge.
Yeah,
of
and
your
one of
children.
the punishments was that they would make you ride backwards on a donkey and throw stuff at you because it was equivalent to riding backwards on an ass. That you couldn't control your household.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's where the term "you're a horse's ass" comes from. Basically.
Is it?
Yeah, exactly. Being a horse's ass. Yeah.
Yep.
You can't control your household.
Yeah.
I mean, there's definitely those people that need to get control of the household.
Well, I'm a firm believer in the idea of patriarchy versus feminism. I think that patriarchy.
I love this guy.
Yeah, I really dislike feminist theory, and I think it's one of the hallmarks of a modern society. I think traditional society, they were patriarchal, and they were ruled by the men. So I don't think that women should have an equal share in rulership in the society.
So there's a midrash that says that a sign that things are progressing is when, the sun and the moon are the same size, when women and men become the same. It's a sign of progress.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, but they also said they prayed in the morning and they thanked themselves that they weren't born a woman or a goy. So it's one of the important things. Is that there was still racial segregation. Within the synagogues. And you see that even in the Christian society.
That's not the right way to look at it, but sure, I get it.
Well, I think the Bible is based on patriarchy. You just see that with the genealogical understanding of it, and how the Jews ran their society, and how the Christians ran their society. Well, if you look at Paul, the idea of
I don't like to look at Paul much, but sure.
Well, I'm saying I guess you could say he's one of the most, in the first century, right? He's considered a source of Jewish of Jewish society.
I would not consider him that way. I would definitely not consider him as that.
Okay, well then we have a disagreement about that.
Yeah. No, he was he was a attention seeker. He wanted,
St. Paul.
Yeah, attention seeker for sure.
Yeah. I think that whether
he was he was a narcissistic. He was very narcissistic.
Right. Oh yeah. And I've heard those types of understandings of St. Paul, and I have lots of bad things to say about St. Paul too, but just the thing is, the thing is that I still understand his historical significance and the time in which he was put, and the understandings that they had of breaking away from the Jewish law at the time, that they concerned.
Well, that I would agree with. He was more known not for representing Jewish law, for breaking away from Jewish law. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of mixed because if you read the understanding of the early church and of the people who broke away from the church, especially the Arians who rejected the Trinity.
He wasn't the early church. The early church was in Israel, and he broke away from the early church. Yeah, he tried to do something different.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. And in that conflict represented, you see the ideas that he broke away from, and one of the most fundamental ideas was this notion of patriarchy and sexual laws, and also marital laws, right? If you read Leviticus, the laws for women and men are not the same, right? In terms of the way the punishment for sexual transgressions and all of that type of stuff. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. Okay.
Right. So these understandings developed over time, like the midrash and stuff. All that stuff comes later, right? Just like like some of the Talmudic stuff came after Christianity, right? I mean, in terms of
No, it
its
didn't.
historical source.
It was maybe written down afterwards, but it didn't come afterwards.
Exactly. It was
Yeah.
seen as oral tradition.
Right.
So, oral tradition that actually at the time of St. Paul, he claimed to be very much proficient in that oral tradition, and
He was, yeah, no, he wasn't. He was against it from the beginning. He was always in the
no, I understand. No, I
he was in the
understand.
political camp that was against it from the beginning. Yeah.
No, I understand that he was against it, but in going against it, he quoted the Old Testament multiple times, right?
So no, he wasn't a Pharisee. He was a Sadducee. He was not a Pharisee.
Well, he claims himself to be a Pharisee. So this is a historical source.
Who?
St. Paul.
He claims to be one. No, he never was one. He was.
No, I know.
Yeah.
But I'm saying in Philippians, he calls
okay.
himself a Pharisee.
Okay,
Yeah, he
all
says he's a Pharisee of the tribe of Benjamin. He even says that he studied at the feet of Gamaliel.
Rabban Gamaliel.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
he.
I know.
He was a real dick to the Pharisees. Whatever.
I understand.
Okay.
No, I understand that him studying
his entire book is like this conspiracy. Like all of his writings is just, you can see the hatred, how much he hates Pharisees. He's like throwing it in there all the time.
Myself in trouble.
He makes them to be the villain, like in all of his writings. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand the Jews' view on Paul, the conventional view on Paul. I've listened to.
Okay.
Yeah. So I understand what you're saying about that. He couldn't possibly have been raised under the feet of Gamaliel, and all of that type of stuff. That he rejected the law. In Galatians, he says, "I tore down the law." I wrote huge studies, and I wrote a whole exegesis of the Pauline epistles, in the book that I wrote. So yeah, so I'm familiar with his writings and what he says, so, but I'm still talking about his understanding of where he was diverging from the teachings of the Old Testament, and then what the people in the Jerusalem Council and also the Ebionites, what they thought were the divergence from those teachings, right? And also the marital laws, especially starting in Corinthians 7, 1 Corinthians 7, he kind of makes up all of these new marital laws that are not, that kind of go against Leviticus.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I no idea. But okay.
Yeah, well, I think there's a reason why the laws, liberal society, they started up in European society because Christian understanding is fundamentally different from the Jewish understanding, right? Or do you think that there's a link there?
I guess the way I would have a problem saying a fundamental difference. There is a difference. There is a difference.
The thing I'm trying to, and this is a term I attack in my book, so I understand what you're saying. I attack the term Judeo-Christian.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so like, for example, there is a lot of people, right? And I'm not saying this is true, so don't take me out of context, right? Because I see a little bit, misunderstanding of what I'm trying to say, right? But what I'm really trying to talk about is certain people's view that Judeo-Christian society has something to do with European civilization. You get it right?
So, okay.
Yeah.
But you still think it does have something to do with European civilization?
Well, I mean, it's the idea of hyperstition. If people believe that it does, then you have to take their belief seriously, right? Because they're gonna, right? Like for example, Protestant Christians are not gonna dispense with this belief in their idea of Judeo-Christian, whatever they want to call it, and their idea of, like, for example, like Christian Zionism and all these types of things, right? Where they even supersede the understandings of the Torah and stuff. They try to co-opt the ideas that, in the Kabbalah and the Zohar and all these types of things, right? To their own religious ends, right? So so I'm just simply saying that, we take their beliefs seriously.
Yeah, there's an agenda. There's an agenda when they take the text. Yeah.
Exactly. So that agenda to me is real. Not saying that it's true, but I like to think that it's significant, or that it's affected significant portions of.
Because like I'm looking at society too, and I'm seeing that there is a commonality in all of the Western civilization, in terms of the morals that they're stressing, and
Well,
yeah,
yeah, I mean, of course,
elevating that
everybody.
to a higher status. Those
Well, yeah,
morals.
there's a common humanity no matter where you look. People all have, even the Babylonians and the Hindus and stuff. They have laws like not to steal and all that type of stuff. And you got to be nice to each other.
Yeah, but that's not being
the
stressed.
Greek-
Like, what is being stressed? Like, what's being stressed in Western culture is love, compassion. That's the stress. And what's being stressed in
individualism.
individualism is part of love and compassion. That's right.
Now I think
Yeah.
that individualism, I don't think it comes from, for example, I think that developed over time, and it has to do a lot with what we call secular or liberal.
It has a lot to do with technology too. Like, you couldn't be independent back in the day. You depended on your society. You needed your tribe of 150. You needed the hunters. You needed the builders. Like, now you can be. Now we're lucky enough to have this luxury of being individualistic.
Yeah, as you said, it's either a luxury or it's being imposed by the technological state that we're in, right? So it's a convenience, and many people, as they're led by convenience, so they're not really free. It's just a token. You know what I mean, right? So in terms of the illusion,
Well, yeah, we're dependent on society. You're not free from society.
Yeah, exactly. And that concept itself, came from this concept of the development of the state, which came from this concept of universalism, which came from the concept of, to go back to a Jungian concept that he kind of borrowed from Plato, the archetypal man, that you kind of see in the tradition, in the Kabbalistic tradition. You have Adam Kadmon. You understand what I said? Because I studied theology,
yeah.
right?
No, I can tell. Yeah.
I've read the Zohar and these types of things.
You read the whole Zohar in Aramaic?
No,
okay.
I haven't read the entire Zohar, but I've read from the Zohar.
Okay.
In terms of I've read the Zohar. I've read those Talmudic texts, and even some of the apocryphal writings. So all of those types of writings, I've studied them. And I've definitely read sufficient commentaries on them, from people who have studied them in their entirety, but I haven't gotten to read them on my own, in their entirety. But
okay, so
but I will. Yeah.
So what about Adam Kadmon?
Well, just the idea of the archetypal man.
The archetypical man. Okay, yeah.
That's also related to, you could subsume that within this notion of Orphic Pythagoreanism, from Plato. He has this kind of notion of archetypes too, right? So man has an archetype too, right? There's an idea of man. It doesn't exist within the nature, right?
Yeah. It's an abstraction.
Yeah, exactly. The man that exists in nature is as an imitation, right, of the form of man, right? So this form of man, a lot of the Christian theorists.
Are you following this, David? No.
Well, a lot of well, I'll sum it up here, and then you guys could give your commentary.
No, keep going. You're good.
Well. I really reached peak thought with this last one, but it's this concept of the logos being the archetype of the universal man, so in John 1:1, you have this notion not to interject that. I understand more than ever that is totally heretical to Jewish teaching. right?
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I
I'll
understand.
allow it.
No, I mean, I'm just saying that I overstand that,
Right.
because I've read the Zohar and all of this type of stuff. So,
Yeah.
I understand that it's already a no go. So
Yeah.
in terms of Orthodox Jewish belief, but I mean, in terms of the development of Western thought, I mean, Jung would say this is this is
So what is it? What is the John 1:1 that you're talking about?
the logos, the
What
archetypal
about
man.
it? Okay. That's from John 1:1?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with John 1:1.
No, I'm not at all. No.
Okay.
On purpose.
Well, you're missing a key piece of the puzzle, my friend.
I am missing a key piece of the puzzle. Yeah.
I should have probably began with that, so you knew what the F I was talking about.
Right.
Oh my God. In John 1:1, right? Which is the most foundational text of Christian beliefs, right?
Is it?
Oh,
I can't confirm that, but okay, I'll believe you.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, look it up. Look it up. John 1:1 is basically the foundation of all Christian thought, right?
Okay.
Because it says, because without this John 1:1, you can't have the concept of the Trinity at all, right? So,
Okay.
so this concept basically affirms the Trinity. It says, in the beginning, there was the Logos.
That's what it says in John 1:1. Those words, the logos.
In the beginning, there was the Logos.
I'm gonna have to actually look this up now. Okay, keep going.
Is that interesting to you, or I mean, to me, I was just fascinated.
Well, it's interesting to know the different schools of thought for sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It says in the beginning there was a Logos, and the Logos was with God, and the Logos was God. Now, the word you see in the King James translation is the Word.
I see that.
But that's not the original translation. You need to go to the Greek, right? Because it was originally written in Greek, right? And the concept that's used in the Greek is logos, right? So it says, in the beginning, there was the Logos, and the Logos was with God, and the Logos was God. To sum it up, to summarize things, God created the world through the Logos, right?
Yeah.
Okay, which is the concept of the archetypal man, so this concept is foundational in terms of, Western thought.
It's funny because I don't see how, like, I would assume this kind of thing goes over most people's heads. So that's why I wouldn't think it was a foundational thing.
It didn't go over people like Jung's head, right? You know what I mean, right? They used it to cultivate a rich philosophy. You know what I mean, right? In terms of the universal mind and universal archetypes and all of these types of concepts, right? So, I think that it has.
I mean, Adam Kadmon is not from John 1:1. Adam Kadmon is from Kabbalistic texts. So the idea of an archetypical man is not limited to, Christianity or that kind of thought.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm trying to explain. So the notion of the individual. You understand where I'm going with this, right? Where does the notion of the individual actually come from, and why is it specifically found, right, to be developed or cultivated within?
Why can't it just come from the fact that we are individuals? We have an individual. Why can't the notion of individual come from reality?
That's a presumption.
Why?
You have to go slower. You can't just presume. You can't just presuppose an individual, right? Because then you are kind of dealing with this concept of archetypal man, because then you're saying the concept of the individual is transcendental, right? So you're going back to universalism, right? If you do that,
I'm just going to reality.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I hate to pop your philosophical bubble. But,
no, you're not. I think the idea of the individual comes more down to, we are individuals. Like that's our personal subjective experience. Is we have a personal subjective experience. We have solipsistic experience, and that's where individualism comes from.
Well, why is the notion of individualism, right, and liberalism, right, then developed specifically within Western thought, right? That would be the question then, right?
But I mean, reality was always reality. People were always people.
Right. So how
There was-
come? So how come so how come all people everywhere didn't understand this, right?
Didn't understand what?
The
That there's an
concept.
individual?
Yeah.
I think the problem with today's society is we're putting individualism above, validating individualism above everything else.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree with that. I agree
Yeah.
with that one. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. But
I don't think there was a lack of individualism in the past.
I can agree with that. But I'm not talking about the actual real individualism, more or less.
Okay. We're
I'm
talking about
more,
the philosophy of individualism.
yeah, more or less talking about ideologies and how they
Okay.
affect people. You know, like
Right.
for example, you know, you could
Yeah,
do
there's a much more ideological, individualistic ideology today, for sure. Yes.
yeah, you can do an experiment on people and tell them that they have free will and tell them that they don't have free will and get them to answer simple questions and then reward themselves and they'll reward themselves differently based on
Yep.
what
Yeah,
you
that's
inform them.
an actual experiment. Yeah.
You know, so you know, your belief in whether you have free will or not gives you a certain sense of moral culpability. You know,
That's right.
so it's like ideas actually do affect the way you behave. You know, ultimately. So
Yeah, I agree with that.
yeah, so I think that's what I'm getting to. That you know, and that's why I feel that as I was like kind of elucidating earlier, it matters not if the conspiracy or whatever you have it is true, right? If there's a mass of people who believe it, then you're gonna have to deal with their belief, right?
Right.
So
But then, like, at the end of the day, reality is still reality, and the belief will just
yeah.
get them in trouble. If it's yeah, it'll just get them in trouble. Like, I can believe that I'm Superman and I can fly, and then I'll jump off a cliff and I'll die.
Right. Except for if you create the concept of a Superman, right? And you say he came from a planet, right? Called whatever, and on that planet, everybody on the planet, their names end with the last name El.
Yeah.
For some reason. Okay. We're not saying we're not saying it has to do with Elohim, but it does.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're giving you information, we're putting symbols there, but we're not saying anything by them, but we kind of are. You get what I'm saying? Right? You know what I mean? Right. So that's more of the level where I'm thinking, is that whether or not it's true, you could make something up and still
It has an effect. Yeah. That was one of the things I was seeing. So, because my channel's dealing a lot with typology. And so one of the things I was seeing in the typology space is that, like, the way you see yourself affects who you are. Like, there is a subjective element to typology. And so, like, maybe seeing yourself as something different would make you a different person. Yeah.
Or how about mythology? Or even
worldview stuff. Yeah, your worldview affects things.
Yeah, and which kind of ties back to the Jungian thing, that he understood this much more clearly than Freud, which is basically what I came up here to say. Much love. Bless you guys.
Yeah. It's we're all doing the Jungian typology stuff here, so we're more appreciative of Jung here in general, but
yeah,
I don't think Freud should be dismissed at all. I think it's just
yeah. I have this thing on my show, where I talk about mythos, mythos, logos, theos, mechanos. These 4 stages, kind of thought, not physical stages, or not really kind of ahistorical synopsis, but more Jungian, if you will, atemporal, but but it kind of is about how this mythical world, how religion created philosophy, and then kind of philosophy created science. Basically, map of where we have come to and how did we get there.
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
reductionistic, but I get what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
of course. Because anytime you're dealing with the
Hey, John.
architectonic, you have to. Well, instead of reductionistic, I would say it's a architectonic view of things. That means that it's a view that's dealing on the mythological or the logo, on the level of logographic necessity. Which is the level of symbolism, right?
Hi, John.
How you doing, brother? I'm finding this stream really interesting, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, glad to have you. Glad someone is. You're one of two.
Blessing.
I'm finding it interesting too, but I'm involved in it, so welcome.
This is the first time, like I say, you just come across my feed. I've not seen. Anytime there's an open panel, I try to subscribe and notify deal.
Cool.
But I guess the algorithm led me today.
The machine lies. Don't trust it.
Right.
Yeah.
I just was trying to kind of well, I seen your name was Benjamin.
That's right.
And I just didn't kind of know where he was going from. I'm always talking about the Bible and the laws of Moses and stuff, and that's what interests me. And I didn't know if you were a part of the rabbinicism crowd or what.
Yeah, I guess if you want to try to define me, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Among other things.
Can we talk about controversial stuff a little bit?
Why not? I got a half hour left on my stream. I got to go to bed, but we can extend it too. Let's do it. I appreciate you asking though. That's nice.
Okay. Yes, sir. And I always appreciate anybody willing to talk about it because I can never get anybody like Machine Lies. You were talking about those Black Hebrew Israelites. I'm always trying to ask them questions, and I give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're Jews, but they don't answer any questions, and that is so frustrating. It's just you're Edom, you're Amalek, you're whatever, I don't understand.
Sorry, I just love the smoke and how it changes his camera. It's so funny.
I just don't understand some things, man. You know what I mean? In the laws of Moses, we were told that Israel had a job to do. They had to go and take the land from these Canaanites,
and
then and of course that's controversial in today's society.
It is, yeah.
I look at it. They're doing things that I hate too. If I had to live with those people, I'd probably want to kill them myself. So I don't blame them. You know what I mean? And Pharaoh always fought the Canaanites, or else they would have took Egypt. And it was, nobody wanted those people around because they were, completely immoral. Well, we read that Benjamin's territory was given away early on to the Hivites, so that when they got into their territory, they found that they had to live with these Canaanites. You know what I mean? And I don't see why Jews think that that's something that they were allowed to do, to just make covenants.
Do you know what he's talking about, Machine? Specifically?
Well, John Thomas is a reader of the Bible, an astute reader and studier of the biblical text, and his understanding of the concept of the new covenant. He kind of feels that there's an interesting relation between the Mosaic law and that understanding of the new covenant. He kind of thinks that that's kind of fake, so
why is he gone?
So he's got this interesting notion there about the covenant law and how it ties into the ideas. He's done a special on the missing link, I've talked to him several times, but yeah,
Okay.
I think he was trying to get into that, but he kind of fell out there.
Oh, he's back.
But yeah, yeah.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. I got a
It's all
call
good.
that froze me up. I missed everything.
But yeah, the Mosaic Law and
Because based on my understanding, the Canaanites were vanquished very early on.
Well, I mean, not if you read the book. It says that, like it for instance, that the time that
I
there
mean, we
was a
could look it
drought.
up.
Well, I mean, if we
Do
look
you have a
in
passage or
Samuel,
something you want to point me to?
well, it's just we're seeing the same thing today. Now and we're all being prompted to say, well, God doesn't want Israel divided, and I agree. He doesn't want Israel to have to give away their land, right? But David actually enforced that covenant with the Hivites when he impaled Saul's sons for trying to get rid of the Canaanites who were in his territory. So he kind of started the two-state solution in my mind. He said
Oh,
that,
you're trying to link it to that? Okay. All right. I see what you're doing.
and what I'm saying is if we're going to say, Israel is for Israel, well, David said it wasn't. It was for Israel and Canaan. And I mean, shouldn't we be looking for the Canaanites to bring them home? I mean, David
So
himself.
I think it's easier just to look at it in terms of, boots on the ground, what's actually happening, what's actually going on, what's the best we can do with the time we're in right now with, these are real people. Like you can't just destroy them unless you have some kind of,
The whole
you have
whole thing is based on a biblical, mind view that Israel even exists. So there's no it's all intertwined.
so there's a difference between like like an ideal world and like an actual world. And you might be right for the ideal world, but we're also living in an actual world. And in order to bridge that gap, you sort of have to work with the way things are.
Well, then we wouldn't be allowed to get zealous. You know what I'm saying? If there's the actual and then there's the ideal. See what I'm saying? We're going back in between. We're saying, well, no, God told us this, God told us that. But then, you know what I mean? We're just working with
Right.
what we
So
have.
zealousness has a place. I actually just added this today. It's kind of a nice coincidence. Here, let me get rid of this. Let me pull this up. So I was working on trying to make morality into a binary framework. If you know anything about the Kabbalah, you'll know that like this isn't actually the way it's taught. But I was trying to make it into a binary framework just to sort of map it. I don't know if you can see that. So zealousness is over here. So okay, let's just talk about the axis. We're talking about ideal versus immediate, like the here and now, and then you have the discipline and the compassion, and then I have just threw a bunch of words in here that sort of line up with these two axes. So like this is immediate discipline. So immediate discipline would be the zealousness, and I have it here because it's what's protecting from the negative side. So you see how like these are good traits: mercy, elevation, grace, bonding, rest. These are all good traits. But then you get into like complacency, smothering, pacifism, all this kind of stuff. And the one that's protecting it, like this wall that's protecting it, is zeal. So zeal does have a place. You're absolutely right. And I just actually added that. So
But it can't stop it. You know what I'm saying? With what's inconvenient, the inconvenient truths, because then that strays away from zealotry. You know what I
yeah,
mean? If
zealotry isn't truth. Zealotry is a defense.
right, and if we're not defending the truth, if we're not saying, see, I don't agree with David. I don't think that he was talking to God at all. That you don't punish the children for the sins of their fathers. That's what Moses told us. For him to have Saul's sons impaled for the Canaanites, that was completely immoral to me. So I never look at that covenant.
So okay, so I'm trying to remember the actual story. So what happened was Saul's children actually did do something wrong against the Canaanites, and he let the Canaanites decide what the punishment was. And yes, the fact that they had to die was a bit extreme, but giving them their restitution was important to David. I think it was like a political game. that these guys deserve restitution for what happened. There was something done wrong to them.
Well, then the whole thing would have been wrong for Israel to take any of their land, wouldn't you think? I mean,
So this was also much later. So this is the times of kings, right? This is after, yeah.
I mean,
Canaanites were at the time of like hundreds of years earlier, and then Canaanites. So I don't know who. I don't think it was the Canaanites. Who was it that he gave? Let me look it up.
It was the Hivites. It'll say
right, the Hivites.
It conflicts in the text. It'll say they're the descendants of the Amorites, but earlier on we realized in the time of Joshua it was actually the Hivites. And I mean, if it was wrong to them then, to either they forfeit their land or they didn't, through their cannibalism and their sorceries, and you know what I'm saying? If they did forfeit it, then Saul's sons didn't do anything wrong to those people. They were supposed to kill them.
No, they did do something wrong, and that was the whole point, is that they had to do restitution. The restitution was bad. Like what they demanded as punishment was extreme.
Well, I'm just that's my confusion there. What did wrong? I mean, if
you know what, I'm not. It's not fresh in my mind. I'll have to go over it again, but I can go over it for you, and we can talk about it if you want. I got no problem with that.
Absolutely, I'd love to jump their hangout with you on that one, brother. It's
I have to dive into it a little bit more to see the sources on it and stuff. But
I mean,
from what I understood from my memory is that it was just a form of restitution. It's like these people did wrong. It's like it happens today, right? You have these extradition things. So like someone commits a crime in the US and then they run away, they run over to Europe, and Europe is like, even if it's like, okay, like say these are French people and they go home and they go back to France, and the French people are like, we're sorry, you committed a crime in the US. We're going to extradite you over there. You're going to have to face punishment over there. That's kind of what happened, is they committed a crime over in another country and now they have to face justice in that country.
I understand that, but I don't think their claim was legitimate. I think that they were feeding off of Benjamin, and that's why they were the smallest tribe at the time.
They were, yeah, they were. You're not wrong. But sometimes
I just don't know how to reconcile that, except to go back to Moses and say,
sometimes you just sometimes like there is injustice like that where you just have to accept the bullet. Like let's say it was just a silly crime that they committed. These French people, they went to the US and they committed a silly crime that's legal in France but not legal over there. They still extradite it to keep the political alliance, like the political peace, even though like there's people in Thailand today that are in jail for weed for 20 years, right? Americans that are there, and America's trying to get them out, but you can't force this country to give you back your citizens. They committed the crime there. They have to face the punishment there. It's their laws. It's their country.
But the only difference between all that is we're saying Israel had a commandment from the Most High God to have no peace with these people at all cost and no quarter.
But they're not Canaanites. Yeah, they're not Canaanites. It's different people.
They were Hivites. It says
they're not Canaanites.
Hivites were Canaanites.
No.
They disguised themselves as from somewhere else, and they tried to trick God. Later on in Samuel, it'll say they were descendants of Amorites, who were most certainly Canaanites. That were like their kings.
Yeah, no, I see that they're associated with Canaanites, but they're not Canaanites. Canaanites are the descendants of Canaan, who was the grandson of Noah.
Well, it says in Samuel that they were not of the stock of Israel. They were actually of the descendants of Amorites.
Amorites, yeah, that's possible. But Canaanites are different. It's a different family.
Amorites are Canaanites, brother. Those are like the main ones.
Amoraim?
No, not the Amorites. Remember, Sihon.
Yeah. In Hebrew, they're called Amoraim.
Okay. I'm just saying. I mean, Sihon was their king. He was Moses killed him. He was an Amorite.
Yeah.
And I mean, I just don't understand it. You know what I mean? Either if we're upholding David upholds a two-state solution, whether they were Amorites or not. whoever they were, David's saying that's their territory. It's not Benjamin. I just don't understand it. I just can't get my head around. I think that we're headed. I think God's entrapping us. Is what I think's happening.
Oh,
We're being led into temptation. That He's
so
cursed.
you're using that to sort of try to map on what's happening now.
Absolutely. I think every bit of this that we're jumping on these crusades is actually God cursing us and confusing us and rebuking us like He told Moses He would if we forsake. I think this is exactly a divine retribution. I think we're fixing to fall into the biggest trap.
I mean, you're allowed to think that. Yeah, you're allowed to think that. Think what you want. Yeah.
I just don't get it. But I mean, that's a little bit of an explanation. I understand what you're saying. It's more than I've gotten from the Black Hebrew Israelites guys. So I appreciate I appreciate your time. I do got to run though.
I wish I could put your mind at peace on this. That things aren't as bad as you think they are. Things are going to be okay.
Well, you know, I mean, we choose life or choose death. I believe what old Moses said. You know what I mean? Those laws were frivolous. They were our very life. So I just don't know what to do. I'm just hanging with what I know, brother. You'll have a good afternoon. I got to run. I'm sorry.
You want to send me a message or something so that I can have a contact with you?
Sure. In the private chat.
Sure. Yeah. Do that in your email or something.
All right. Yeah. Let's see. Oh.
What do you have going on in your forehead there?
That's a yod.
It's a yod. Ah, okay. All right. I can't see that from the angle. Okay.
I'm not Jewish or anything, but
no, I understand. Yeah.
I you know what I mean? I've just, yeah, man, I don't know where the private chat is over here. Huh? Okay.
Oh, yeah, I got a comment. You still there, machine? We can talk while it figures it out.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I got it.
Got the email in there.
Nice.
All right. Y'all have a good afternoon, brother.
All right. Thanks for joining us, John.
Thanks for coming on.
Have a blessed one, John. Good to see you again, friend. Yeah.
So, what are your thoughts?
Me?
Have you tried answering them before?
I'm sorry. What was that?
Have you tried answering them before on these kind of things?
Well, we kind of had different topics when we talked.
Right.
Specifically, it was about the whole issue of circumcision and feminism. He had an interesting theory on that about the foreskin being a male vagina, and then you get cut off, and then you become
we can change the topic. It's okay.
Female or something like that, and but yeah, about how the covenant is linked to the concept of circumcision in Genesis. Yeah, I know it's a I know when I went on the Missing Link show, they kept harping on this idea of circumcision because I'm Muslim, so they kept asking me about circumcision,
okay.
and I was like, okay, It's like this kind of like, because they were like, this is a butcher's practice and all this kind of stuff, and I kind of had to sit there and be like, well, it was an ancient time, and you had to distinguish who were the slaves and who were the freedmen, and it wasn't the only society who practiced that.
Yeah.
And it's and at the time it did save you from diseases and things like that. So I tried to justify it the most I could. They were not having it. They were like,
I
no
hear
to
your justification. Yeah.
yeah, they were like, no to circumcision. They gave this whole campaign against me. So
Yeah.
yeah, but
Well, I mean, it is an organ that you have to use correctly. Let's put it that way. That's the best synopsis I can have of it. It's an organ that's meant to be used correctly, and it can be used incorrectly. There you go. We can move on.
yeah, and John Thomas had a long discussion about that and the Mosaic Law. He harps a lot on Moses, so that's his main thing. He's all about Moses. So if you see
Yeah.
him, if you talk to him, he's going to bring up Moses and the Mosaic Law,
Mhm.
and it's significant to today's world. That's usually so. His idea of feminism kind of aligns with that. But yeah,
What are you
just
guys trying to process with the feminism thing?
Well, me personally, my idea about it, I was talking about the historical sources of the feminist ideology. So I kind of gave a historical kind of breakdown, in terms of ideas like Mary Wollstonecraft and Simone de Beauvoir and some of those
Yeah,
feminist,
those guys. Those guys are problematic.
those
Yeah.
underpinnings of the feminist ideology. And then I also talked about
That was agenda. Yeah, that was agenda driven parts of it. I
Yeah.
don't think it was all like that, but yeah.
I talked about because I give more of a zoomed out critique of things. So I was talking about Darwinism and the whole the whole concept of sexual mores, and as it links to Darwinism and Julian Huxley and UNESCO and Planned Parenthood, and the idea of abortion and how that relates to today's society, and kind of
Yeah.
also the concepts of the Industrial
I
Revolution.
mean, you can see those original writings and how the agenda is being played out in all of the stuff you're mentioning now, right? You can definitely see that.
Yeah, to me, one
It's
of the
still,
main
yeah.
emphasis. Yeah, to
The
me, one of
agenda's
the
still
main
there.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, to me, one of the main emphasis was on the Industrial Revolution, and also the writings of John Locke.
Mhm.
About how because the two treatises of government are a whole debate about how he rejects another writer named Filmer, who wrote a book called Patriarchy. So he makes
Mhm.
an argument about the Bible. Again, ties into the Bible, where he talks about Adam. The whole first treatise is about Adam and about God didn't give Adam private dominion. Yeah, but he gave Adam private property. so he coins this notion. Yeah, so he coins this notion of private property in order to create the theory of capitalism. This is proto-capitalist writings, and also he creates the notion of rights. So the idea of
Okay.
universal rights, and how that relates to the concept of feminism. And
What I don't get, why do you have to source your ideas in nonsense? Like, you have an idea about capitalism and private property. Great. Like, why do you have to tie it into whatever? Okay.
Well, I think it's because Locke and Hobbes, they were writing in a astutely religious time. So they were
Yeah.
not out of the woods in terms of, like, they were writing, like, they were at the forefront of the Enlightenment. So they were like Enlightenment philosophers. So they still had to deal with the religious world. So a lot of their writings were published posthumously, for fear of reprisal. And they also, like, for example, like when Rousseau published his Social Contract, they threw bricks at him in his own house. He had to leave Geneva. So the consequence of making these thoughts public, at the time of Hobbes, there's like a civil war going on in England. So he's not going to like sit there and publish these ideas. If you look at history, you understand why Hobbes and Locke, even though they were practically, in practical terms, they were like deists or atheists, but the way we understand it today, they had to couch their ideas in this religious terminology, because it was the flavor of the day. I mean, they couldn't, like Locke said that all types of religions are tolerant in society. He wrote a work on religious toleration, one of the first of its
Yeah.
kind. But he said that atheism is not tolerable. He said atheists should be repelled in any society.
I
So
disagree. I think atheism is probably, yeah, very close to truth in a lot of sense.
really,
Yeah, I think atheism is probably one of the better things that come out of society.
wow. So
Yeah.
would you consider yourself a conventional person who believes in God or follows a religious lifestyle?
Yeah, yeah.
But more so you don't follow the atheist ideology, but you're thankful for them.
I believe that there is truth to the world, and anyone who's on the pursuit of truth is on the right pursuit, and it will lead them to what truth is. And I believe that there's a lot of falsehood and lies in lots of religion, and whatever happens, whatever the truth is, I'm not worried about it, because whatever it is, it's true, and it'll lead them back to whatever it should be. It just might take a lot of detours and dead end roads and mistakes along the way, but yes.
I would have to agree with you. Thank you so much for having me here. And
You disagree? You got
no. I said I would have to agree with you.
Yeah?
Yeah. The statement you made about the truth, and it doesn't matter if you're atheist. If you look for the truth, you will find truth. And I do agree. In my opinion, I think that atheists who are righteous, who live a righteous life, I think
That's
that they
right.
will go to heaven. In my opinion,
I definitely agree with that. Yeah.
yeah. So definitely, I think that there's justice in the world, and I think nature has justice in it as well. Not only nature as the trees and the bees, but also nature as in the nature with a capital N. There's something to that. In terms of a kind of universal order. Although I don't make too much about understanding what that is, or what the sort of nooks and crannies of the universal order is. My arms are too short to box with God, as they say. But yeah, thank you so much for having me, guys. I will play.
I'm gonna end this too because it's getting late.
Yeah, I'll play this on my show. Hopefully you guys get some subscribers and stuff. Blessings.
I'm not worried about that. That's not a.
Yeah, but
I just want more people to hang out with us. That's it.
Oh yeah. Definitely. I'll bring the crazies over here for you guys.
All right.
But
Oh my God.
but
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much, brother David, and Ahmed
David.
Benjamin. Benjamin, brother. Yeah, thank you so much, friend. Yeah, you have a good day, and my email's there on my channel. You guys,
nice.
Feel free to reach out anytime. Thank you.
I'll reach out. I will do that. All right, nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Stick around for a second, David.